1, 2, 3. What are we fighting for? Good
Don't
Sunday.
give a damn.
Yeah.
Going off to Vietnam.
I'm a People's Republic of. Hello, Internet. Hello, world. Hello, Dean at the top.
The pearly
Yin
gate.
and Yang. Introduce yourself, good sir, and describe your avatar icon.
George, it's a bear.
There we go. The bear, not plural. Everything keeps preempting. Fatigue plays a role. Myself, and allegedly, good King George, are both suffering from Sunday morning coming down. Rip Chris Christopherson and Johnny Cash. Not really. We're not the party hardy types. We stream hard. We streamed hard yesterday. And life just keeps living itself upon people, including us. We're tough. We can take it. We're onlining. We have preemptions. That means, of course, we're doing better. We have checklists. Wait. Oh, okay. Yeah. Checklist. Partially completed yesterday. It's coming up on the screen. It's down below in the description. 8-ish hours yesterday. That's just basically supposed to be the drum roll to we were going to talk about a couple of friends gone by. Unalived, if you know what we're meaning. And there are preemptions. Let's put it a timestamp. 02, 12, welcome, done. Preemption number 1. This is it. Here it comes. Number 1. That's what they used to say on the countdown of the top 10 of the Dr. Demento show on the radio. I was going to run with the distraction. Oh, bosses are Marie Antionette-ish bungholes. That poor old Beavis, forever young, needs some TP for his. That's just the boss thing. There, I vented. You got anything to vent about bosses?
They need to quit micromanaging.
And mismanaging. Uh, and then I got preemption interruption. Let me say sure. Let me say yes, please, and period. Thank you. Not to gank you. Thank. Not. Oh gosh. Old people. F star T word that we can't say anymore. Fingers or thumbs in this instance do not belong on text-to-magic phones. No, not thanks. Thank you. Spacebar. Uh, recent emojis. We're doing the work and narrating it on Streamery. Heart. Send. There is. Okay. Those are Marie Antoinette-ish bungholes that micro manage and mismanage and see pre-emption original Ridge in Al in the description. I belched. I hope it didn't go through too ridiculously. Excusez-moi. My compliments to the chef. I had a thought, it ran away. We'll just forget about it. Stop having thoughts, dude. 05. 34. Suck. Cure. It. E. And the art of dumb red rum. Code name Bill. I hope you were listening and not being an obstinate. If we are going to continue upon these paths together, gotta grow up a little bit. Today, wait, I left something on the screen. Preemption. Elizabeth's book. I left it on the screen. Poop. Delay of game. Some jokester forgot. Clicking. I'll get back to in a second. I'll get back to it. Sorry, I have to put the login off the screen. I apologize, lived. I can't let you see. It doesn't show the password. Can't let you see the email account associated with my login. It doesn't hide that. Not now. No, thank you. Never. You don't remember things anyway, F Firefox. Because I don't have a F Firefox account. Okay, I'm logged in. I tried very hard to watch, and anybody that likes pretty girls, women's, even though she's married, don't get stalky on the internet, who seem very smart. Not so erudite, I don't know how to say it. Very smart, fine, young person in our world. I tried very hard to watch another one of her things last night. I just couldn't take it. It seemed irrelevant, and I was really trying to be interested, but somehow she drifted. At least to me. Must be my fault. I did because see yesterday's, the day before, for whenever. The self-deprecation, the self-destruction, the disqualification. Makes my little inner child have a tantrum and kick his little feeties and squeal. But I don't want to dare say anything in my broken way of trying to say anything. Not so erudite. Open link in new tab. It should say autoplay blocked. And then we're going to go to scroll, click her channel, pause. I've said it before on stream. Please, internets, people. I know it creates views. Look, 87.95 views. Because even bots that scrape your main page of your channel gets counted as a view. Even that 0 seconds that I just saw it bumped her view count. I don't know. But for the rest of us, if YouTube add a feature, autoplay disabled right here. So that us trying to grow up people. Let's say tangent number 1. But it all ties to yesterday and the day before. And forever, forever, tomorrow.
The sun will come out with tomorrow.
That's right. Still be colder than a itchy. Oh man, we can't say none of that stuff anymore. Witch, a Halloween dress up costume. It's an old saying. Colder than a witch's TI. Ease. All you young people, flame me in the comments. Hate, rage, the stream because it generates traffic. I watched another video on that the other night. Tangent. Not so. Air. That. Self-effacing. Effacing. Self-effacing. Thank you, autocomplete correct. If that's the word I meant. If it's not, I hate you, autocorrect. Self-deprecation. This/qualification statements. It's 1,000 times worse to me because it's 1,000 level hearts. Little girl, Newt. Call me Newt. Rebecca was her real character name. I don't remember the actress's name. I only play the creepy stalker fanboy. I've disqualified that statement before. All right, disqualification. I don't know what to call it. I put it in yesterday's notebooks in all caps, or description, or checklist. Sorry, 2 R's. Sorry, but that's the deflection technique. Blah, blah, blee, blee. I don't mean to be offensive, not so erudite. You're wonderful. You're so much smarter than me in every way. And all you manly men out there, remember, they're taken. She's got a part of her that the manly men just can't help looking at. Blah, 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 blah. And then, and again, I shouldn't have said that. I apologize. See that whole sorry, blah, 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 sorry, blah, blah, blah. It just makes me think of this is the inverted, hellish parody version that is absolutely French in nature, and I don't get it. Of mostly they come at night. Mostly. But I don't dare. She's a very nice lady. She's trying hard to start up a.
Dean,
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to put my feet up. I'll be back on later.
Okay, sir.
All right. Bye.
Please go support her. Please. I'll say it twice. Please go support her, please. And then because he said something have to go up, make a note in the time spot. 14. Sorry. Internets. I'm not sorry. Sorry, not sorry. The dynamics of live streaming. Uh, GH off for a bit. Sorry, not sorry. The tangent happened. Because if you try to, or if you've decided that you know it all, you're a know it all, and you're not going to listen to anybody else and see what tips or pointers or little nugget, especially on this online universe. So the yesterday video, see, I made it about 2/3 to 3/4. What nobody tells us about internet fame. She may be speaking way above my level. Maybe. More than likely. I don't know. I missed it. I'll try again another time. I put a thumb on it. I liked the video. Fame, 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 fame. It's David Bowie song. I've seen. You can see. I watched some of her other videos. If you haven't seen Shoe go see Shoe I'm going to jump off this tangent. But I have not yet subscribed myself. I have enough trouble with the amazing disappearing subscriptions. Okay. Whenever I'm done with this, sorry, I was holding my warm beverage cup against my take the pain. Please not so erudite, or perhaps you are erudite. And I did look up. She says a thing over and over and over. I made a joke to myself. I'm joking to myself, and nobody's home. She says epistemically, and I said, man, if we were playing a drinking game, DOA, ha. See, I made a note last night about 11:30 p.m. She says it a lot. I noticed back in the co-streamers with Destiny building up a month and a half ago to the election. They did a huge election thing at the Destiny, Mr. Destiny channel. I tried to watch some of his last night too. I just wasn't feeling it. Why? Because last night had highly irregular sleeps. I see, George, I put it in the notes. If you're listening and looking while feedy upping. See, your thoughts are racing, so whatever, and fatigue plays a role. When he said the feet go up, I thought, and the whip comes down. It's another song. Take, which is what I have nicknamed a friend of mine. Because of Sergeant Barnes in another 1986, I think, great movie. Platoon. Maybe. I may be misremembering. Covering up the shouted guy's mouth. And told him, shut up. Take the pain. So now I've called the pain. Maybe. It's take, comma, the pain. As if take is its name. The pain is its title. All last night. 9 or 10. I don't know. These amps don't go to 11. After 4 hours of sleepy. Plodding along, 4 to 5. It still is there. But after many, many hours of a 9-10 tennis elbow. A bum joint. This too shall pass. 4 to 5 seems like great stuff. I'm in a very good mood, I guess. Yay! Added a 2 to the thumb. Started to back up at redacted. Notes for myself. 1306. I had left BRB girl up. Let's show her off. A Taiwanese girl. passed through an AI anime slash cartoon auto generator filter found online. Free star. I call her Skirty. Skirt E. It's another way I make fun of suck. See the description. Suckirity. Let's get back off the tangent. Oh, no, it's in the list. Destiny. Where are you? My good sir. Do you need any tax deductions? Do you need something? I need some money. And I'm a fanboy. Sometimes. I don't know what. Somebody throw Destiny a line and let him know. Drop him a note. Let me clout steal. Let me, whatever they call it, farming. Go see my other streams. I dig up the original source documents. I really tried hard. Let me find it in history. Sorry, still on the, I did not see it. I fell asleep, thankfully. I don't know how to rate it. Probably 3 out of 10. I didn't watch this. I held my mouse over the thumbnail, and so YouTube sometimes counts that as a you started to watch a thing. Darkest Hour, Gary Oldman, 2017. I haven't decided yet. 6 or 7. I should be writing this in the logbook. Here it is. I don't think it was this one. That one really bugged me, and I did fall asleep. Sorta. I phased in and out. The two Dr. Mikes, good and evil. I do believe it was this one, the young liberal Tim Pool and his crew. People who are just going to say stuff on the internet because their favorite people just say stuff on the internet. Please go study the Hades out of this video. Every bit about it. What actually happens and the react content from Mr. Destiny. His name is Steve. Do the share with the SI. I call it the Space Invader link. This started sometime in 2022 or 2023. Instead of just using the video name and number at the top, YouTube added SI equals. I have begged everywhere. What does it mean? Because I say it means Space Invaders. And I cannot say, sorry, it's a drain damage thing. I can't say Space Invaders without saying the full title as created by me. CIA Alien Space Invaders. I heart you, Central. I heart you. You're my friends. Let's go. I just did the thing that I would normally smack my own face for. I'll keep that to myself. All right, get back in the log. I gotta share. I was about to put Eastern Standard Time in military format. No, it's 24. Oh, Destiny, Nexus, Confluence, Coincidence. Destiny. Designy. Destiny. Video from yesterday. Well, I was saying, doing the same things, cats, the same things in more video, Vig. Let's do it. Let's do it. Vig. Yeah. It's important. Keep it standard. Blam. Copy paste. There we go. Please go support. I don't think he'd care. Him. Please. It's in the checklist. I'm going to get back to the checklist. These things go in whatever order they go. Dynamic. Destiny. My version. And the channel streamer. I should have probably put a different check mark box on the second one, the Emmett Till woman. Nothing in the chat yet. Let's cross off the Destiny. Because I believe it was in that stream. I was going to go get a timestamp early this morning. Didn't happen. I apologize. It's important, I guess. It was meant to be. You can go search. I'll go search it in just a moment. The thing I was talking about yesterday, I marked it. The survivor's guilt thing combined the word I made up, philosophy slash sophistication, and the human noggin. And I said, I don't know the words. I don't know if there is a word. And then I clicky over there. And he says, there is no word. And I was like, what? Did the world famous Destiny answer me? No, I'm not that prideful and stupid. Bird, bird, bird. Bird is the word. There is no word in space. Go watch The Twilight Zone. It's one of my favorites. Because every Twilight Zone, the original, not the remake. So what we have to do is, what had happened were, how you research these things. I know, we're not supposed to use that word. Is to, and there's huge Reddit web pages. Oh, look. They got timestamps in theirs. So professional. I don't know who does all this editing. I know he doesn't do all of his own editing, but he does some. Lots of big crowds. Some guy named Dan. A lot of people. When you have 862K subscribers, which is down from the subscribers I understand that he had on Twitch before he got shifted over. Where are my transcripts? It's called search, not research. Don't confuse yourself. Typing stuff in search, even if you type it and click the hourglass twice. That is a re-search, is it not? All right, smarty pants. Show the transcript. Here we go. Get a timestamp. Control F equals find. Press F. Oh. Now you gotta trust. At 5308. It's called qualia. At 5308. See how you have to trust. Destiny, will you pay me to fix your CCs and your transcript? I'm so broke. I could so fix this. Can you imagine getting paid to do what you do anyway? You can read his mind when Tim was saying, no, I don't know if you guys are aware of this or not, okay? I guess that is kind of what he said. And man, he talks fast. I can't believe the Autobot keeps up at all. In. So in philosophy, there's a term called qualia, right? Which is like a thing, which is like what a thing is like, or how like. Huh? Are you from California? The Valley? Like Destiny? Are you like from California? For sure. Sorry, all those likes activated me to my childhood. It's like what a thing is like or how like sense data basically. Okay, you can't actually communicate. I think he said it in there. This is the part I was trying to explain yesterday. He's smarter than me. I've read all this literature. I used to sell college papers for monies in philosophies, psychologies, medicine, law, sociology, engineering. I mean, in a video game. So qualia. Qualia. Let me go make a note. And I don't know how to get a timestamp into his video without it playing or popping up an ad. It is at. Listen, there is not no word. I misspoke. I misspoke. I could have just delete that, but I'm not going to. I misspoke. Bird is not the word. The word is Qualia. See? When you don't listen to somebody's streams because maybe you don't like, I absolutely don't want the filth of this guy on the left invading my ear bones. It says in some big famous piece of literature, world changing, famous historical literature, some weird thing about don't drink some things with your eyes and don't taste those things with your ear. I know, I'm misquoting it. I'm not the clother of those things. That's my wife. Having different traits and talents than each other makes us a better whole, a more perfect union for our posterity. Tim Pool got caught this year during an election taking millions of Russian dollar rupees. Washed off through Canada, washed off through here, washed off through there. The only reason I know anything about it is because this guy, Destiny, on the right, runs through famous internet people that make millions of either converted Russian rupee monies, rubies, ruby lips. Aw, so sad. See, that's the mental association game. Anyway, he talks about him sometimes. I don't do net drama and I don't fanboy. I don't care how many people listen to that guy. I'm helping work on the lovely lady that says that one word all the time. Let's do qualia. But there was other topics. See? Philo sophistication. We were helping each other out. Do you believe in destiny? Get. Good. You? Believe in destiny. No, not Steven. And not Steven Universe. Do you believe in coincidence? Dracula. That even the powers of time can be altered for a single person. That the luckiest man who walks on this earth is the one who finds, pause, breathe deep, true love. That's part of why I watched I can't rate it yet. When it popped up here's one. I don't really care about Winston Churchill or Britain pre-World War II. I'm not that big of a history buff. But it said Gary Oldman, The Darkest Hour. I watched it. You did through the last half of that cough. 5308. 53 minutes and 8 seconds of the above video. I don't apologize. Here I am, 12 more minutes later. It all is meant what it is meant to be. It is what it was meant to be. Define. Qualia. The internal and subjective component of sense perceptions arising from stimulation of the senses by phenomena qualia, not koala, not a bear, dubbers. Let's copy it. Let's edify. There's 29. Google bar said to Q divide qualia. A blam. Got it in the notebooks. That's not exactly how the great Mr. Destiny. Give me a job, Destiny. Give me something. And now I'm stuck with a Sham 69 song in my head. Give a dog a bone, and you must leave him on his own. I don't apologize for my inability to sing. Answer. The internal and subjective component of sense perceptions arising from stimulation of the senses by phenomena. Dot, 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 dot. Phenomena. Be dot, 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 dot. That's what happens. And it's worse. Stress plays a role. Fatigue plays a role. Was it the Muppets? Let's ask. Muppets. Phenomena. Phenomena. Activates it. Here it is from the Ed Sullivan Show. Not opening it. It has a check mark. That means it's verified and it has over 100,000 followers. This little dude has 11 million views from 3 years ago. Probably more like 7, but YouTube year counter is crazy. It tests you. It's always a test. Did it pass? There's a lot of activation words to my internal synapses and mental motion pictures, mental movies, synapse snapshots. So whenever anybody says anything that sounds like phenomena, that jumps instantly into my head. Now you know half the battle. Am I done with this? Oh, I closed the Destiny video. I was going to try to read further. It was not meant to be. I apologize, Destiny. Done with my fanboy hollering. Thanks for the memories. Let's move on. 40. 45. There was also something that she said. She said, yuck, yuck, yuck. The not so erudite lady. There was something in her video as well. I didn't make notes. Other than it hurts my feelings. It gives me the qualias to hear her say 1 second of substance, not subject, surrounded by almost a minute of self deprecation and apologies and disqualifyings, and it just must be because I'm a girl and blah blah blah. See what we have done to this world? Imagine what she could say if she was not compelled. And it causes me the qualia. Moving forward back to duck cure it. E. It doesn't get the silent T. The red rummers. The goose. Find the litter. Find the link. Here it is. Link. You need to be listening to this B-Hugs supervisor or whatever. These people courted you earlier this year and your miskas. If you're still listening, George, play it back later for your missus. I believe she happened across this company, and everybody needs to say, oh, the destiny. Dang it, I distracted myself again. I'll get back to it. Copy pasted. Going back to security. I apologize. I apologize. It's just me. I'm just a girl. I'm so stupid. You know, it's because everybody treated me different. Because I had some hooters when I was a teenager. And blah, blah, blah. And the world just takes away. And, yeah, God, it's so painful. It causes me the qualias. And just that fast. I forgot it. Oh well, I forgot. I talked myself out of it. Fatigue plays a role. Let's go. Go, Link, go. So all about the destiny of things. All my friends, my families, my whatevers, my PPSBs, North Carolina private security. Go search it for yourself. I believe it was last year's. Charlotte, the co-workers shouted themselves each other over some damn thing that the one guy wouldn't do the felony stuff with the other security guys. Well, working for our government. Here we go again. Shooting at Fenton. I don't know where Fenton is. Apparently it's something in Raleigh. And I apologize, all you activators. I'm just reading from WRAL News. If you have an activation by the words, send them a letter and tell them to get some kind of contact. When you go to their contact, they don't have a contact. For complaints, comments, notes, whatever. They just want you to hate tweet them. The man facing a red rum, I'm being haved with that one, cited or stolen or borrowed from, of course, The Shining, Stephen King. The man facing a red rum charge after a Friday night shouting at Cary's Fenton Social District is an employee of the security provider there. But boy, there's more. Hang on. Hold the line, please. If anybody is listening at all, hold the line, please. If you can jump on, comma, sir, our thing related, and I am flying solo right now. Live. Tube. Sended. I won't wait. Here we go. Oh, sorry. Her red rougy cheek caught my eye. Sometimes you have to tell your eyeballs, be quiet. The man facing a red rum charge. I already read that one. Oh no, I didn't read. Shouting at Cary's. That's a city town. Fenton Social District is an employee of the security provider there. They're being nice. They're not naming names because they know they don't want to risk embarrassing a company, possibly, maybe, and facing repercussions. WRAL has a lot of legal staff, and that they know most people haven't read this far. They saw the blinky lights, or they saw below the red rougy cheeks of the whammons, and that's all that mattered. I sorry to have indirectly objectified you, madame. Notice I stopped and scrolled you and said, ooh, she doesn't have ruby lips. She has ruby cheeks. Very well done. Perfection. Most men are not going to see above or below a certain line on the whammons. This is what it is. True story. Allegedly. Allegedly. Oh, this is not the allegedly. Corey Edward McNeil was found shouted to death just before 9 p.m. Friday. There is now a new way. The first question I had at this point is I wonder if that guy is a suck irrity, the victim. You'll find out why in just a moment. So we put his name, paste, don't paste and go. All of you wannabe private investor gators out there. This again is search, not research. Site, colon. Google still does this. Tech note, tech tip, tech trick. And it will include any and all prefix like www2, www, www3 dot. Whatever site you put in there, North Carolina Department, DC. North Carolina Department, Public Safety dot goo block. There was a North Carolina prevention does not contain chlorine. So this dude would appear not to have had any. The victim, the DOA. They're both victims of circumstance. Haven't you read the liberal literature? Everybody's a victim. Appears not to be DPS'd, public safety, which would include disciplined if it reached that level. They carefully craft and hide discipline against ground level officers at the North Carolina Private Protective Services Board. It's not cool. Okay, shortly thereafter, police say, this guy, I don't want to mess up this name, McLaren. It's either Irish or Scottish. So we'll go ask the Google bar. This dude, site, NZ, dps.gov. No results. Very good. According to the warrant for his arrest, Scott McLaren is an employee of, I'm not going to say it, it's on the screen. I had heard someone close to George, my friend Bill and his lovely missus, and 2 or 3 others recently in my circle mention that one security company. Be glad you guys didn't go to work there. They have no management. None. Or they do, who fool themselves with stacks and stacks of goofy papers. Nothing of substance. In a statement, some states, I apologize. VP Roberta Skoblick said the company is cooperating with police in the Red Rum investigation. You daggone right they are. That's one of their employees. However, but, and additionally, on the other hand, not a deflection technique. A true story. The security company provides services for Fenton in an unarmed capacity. Someone else I said, our thing, they should go listen to it. Said they're not at home right now. What was meant to be will be. It was not meant to be. That's alright, it's on video. I should send back a thumb. Acknowledged. No thumb. ACK. Acknowledged. Autocomplete said. Go. See, I hope you ascertained that pronoun. WRAL. It is 2024, you know. It did not address why. Dude had a here we go. Is this the correct terminology to use? G word people? Yes. G words are deadly weapons. Or it says somewhere in here, why? Why do they have a weapon? They set up above somewhere. Unarmed sight. Uh-oh. On the property, or whether he was on duty for security company at the time. Did not address. I hope you know. Pronoun not ascertained. Robert or Skoblik. You have one business day. I would err on the side of caution and turn that notification in. The licensee must. And work out later whether or not it was your own mismanagement of your own peoples. I'm getting to it. It's there in the thing. I hate to. We're talking about this again. It all goes to the theme. These are subplots in the overarching theme of. We'll get back to it. On Saturday, at least one guard wearing a patch. Mahaloli was visible on the property. I'm not going to keep saying their name either. It's not their fault. Sorta. Sorta. Mike Woodard. I apologize. Mike. Pronouns not ascertained. News people have got to get some kind of symbol up here to indicate whether or not you're being offensive. Who identified itself as that company employee contracted with the place, the client, referred questions to the corporate office and asked WRAL News to leave the property. Listen, Mike Woodard. Here we go again. Somebody get a hold of Mike Woodard via WRAL. Sometimes I feel like I'm beating a dead horse. Guns N' Roses. That's okay. I'll just keep on singing the songs over and over and over. RE security / PPSB stuff. Especially if you step it up into the real law enforcement industry. Get your semester in. I think they upgraded it to a full college year. 2 semesters. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not looking it up. I don't care. It's never, never, never enough. How do I say this? Put a boom. Like the dinosaurs from Jurassic Park are walking, stepping at every syllable. Watch the liquid in your cup ripple like the pond. We boom. Kong. We boom. Are boom. Let me put a symbol in there. X. X equals boom. We are the league. X. Boom. In. Boom. The. See how unisyllabic this is? I'm really dumbing it down, you guys. And gals, non-gender specific. In the tell, scream, and boom. Each syllable separately. Biz, ness. Oh, boom, boom. Not the ask business. WRAL. If Mike Woodard had ever experienced my classes, Mike Woodard, or my derivatives, my babies, I have, I was going to say something stupid. I have helped in instructor slash trainer development or coworkers, and I encourage all coworkers, be better than all your other coworkers. This is a very scumbaggerly industry in North Carolina and everywhere else. Don't worry. Don't feel special. Go listen to yesterday's The Madness of Food Service Industry. Again. WRAL. If Mike Woodard told your peoples to leave the property, then you have misinformation or misrepresented or whatever. But I believe you, WRAL. Because I believe uh, anybody at any security, any law enforcement, take that ask garbage out of your mouth. Here we go. Private Protective Services Board. First 16 hours. Repeated several times because there's a time requirement. So why not? Let's just do it again. Say it again. Say it again. Say it again. If you learned nothing else from Dean's class. So many things like get off my rock. Not only get out of my security industry, get off my rock. You figure out what that means. It means fly to space for your good friend Elon Musk. They need you to turn a wrench or a spanner on a satellite desperately. Oh, ask business, not tell business. Do not ask people to leave. NCPBSB, if you pay me, I'll fix that ridiculous book of yours. New version, ridiculous. Replace the verboten R word that you had until in the book until the 2020 edition that finally came out in like 2021 or 2022. The special populations one, you know what it means? Arrested development, sorta. Slow or slow ed, R word. I'll say ridiculous. You must tell people. If you ask them, oh, WRL, would you like to leave the property, please? Then they'll be shocked and act silly when they say, no, we're fine. No, KNOW. Go back and listen to my other teachings, lessons, and streams. PPSB, pay me. I'll fix some of this for you, but not for free. Here it is for free. They're deaf, willfully, purposefully. They cannot hear. I heart you, PPSB. You got us a search. At long last, us license holders can log into our software via web and search for, is this person really working our industry under a proper registration? Yes or no? We don't have to email the board and wait a month anymore. I'm just kidding. I apologize. Now I am misstating and disinforming. In the last year, for me, I don't know how the rest of you have done. Yay, PPSB employees. I think the longest I've waited to have a question answered is a day, not even a full business day. Like I sent something the previous day after they were already closed, and by lunch the next day, I had a written answer. You have done good, PPSB. You're a good. You're a good PPSB. Woodard did say that security at the place, the client, on Saturday was on par with the crowds to be expected at the final weekend before Christmas. He declined to offer specifics about security of personnel. True story, good. I said previous a complaint. Then I made good. I yinned after the yang of the North Carolina Private Protective Services Board. Now I'm gonna yin after my yang picking on security guards, officers, personnel. It is not your job. If you are not the CEO of contract security company, in this case it's still on the screen, or their PRO, public relations officer, or in writing with a set of written rules, what you may say and may not say, the media representative of your security company to any form of media, including citizen journalists, which is everybody on planet America right now. They are streaming you live to the internet webs. So shut up. Good job. Woodard declined to offer, or apparently answer any further questions of the Newsies people. It's not your job, dude. Non-gender specific. According to the Cary Police Department. Yes, do not talk, especially in the media. That's your job. That could expose you to personal liability, unwrapping the corporate employee slash protection. What little you might get if you do everything by the numbers and right is called indemnification, not immunity. Still repeating. Where are we at? Pulling. Great. Great. Can you guys hear that super loud lawnmower? Thanks, neighbor. If you can, I apologize. I'm not gonna stop the skimmer. Still on with the informal classroom about security and the North Carolina Private Protective Services Board. Security. Liability. Detached. Thinking as just another business. Just business. Scott McLaren and McNeil knew each other, and there was no further threat to anyone else. This was as of Friday night. They found Rip, I guess. I don't know. I don't have the details. If this person was KIA'd in justified self-defense, I don't know. I'll guarantee you who don't work for company anymore. Shouter. Probably shouldn't have worked for a company since court records show the two men were arrested on the same day. Have you ascertained those pronouns? October 22, and on the same charges in Selma, the big city, Selmatropolis. Possession of Mary Jane and possession of Drugos paraphernalia. Still a crime in North Carolina, all you Goncha heads. 35 states allow it medicinally, which means recreationally, or recreationally, officially. If you want to do that, get out of North Carolina. It's that easy. Florida is not far away. Just saying. Smart guys. I thought using those Drugos, like that one in LSD, were supposed to make you enlightened and smarter. Nope. Uh, Unarrest or charge for a simple possession. It is a bad news. It could be a misdemeanor. It depends on quantity in North Carolina. Quantity. What was that other word? Qualia. It depends on qualia. It's subjective. Isn't everything with our law enforcement courts? They'll know it when they see it. I don't apologize again. My stream of consciousness. They were arrested for this. This is not a disqualifying. Again, there's a list, there's a chart. North Carolina Private Protective Services Board. I don't know if it's published now or if you still have to, hey, could I get another copy of that? Disqualifying offenses or denial for application offenses. Whatever it is, there is a duty to report any charges that you think might be disqualifying. You'd rather get really, really frustrated employees of the board saying, no, you don't need to report it. Please, in 5 days, don't turn in the full report. Thanks for the notification. Move on. But you'll have it in writing. Then to find out next week, oh, we were reading the WRAL at the PPSB. And someone said, hey, it said the word security. So we looked into it. And you guys didn't turn in your notification or your report. Now you're fired. I mean, you quit. So I hope they turned in the charges to the PPSB. I do not speak for my tyrant government. It all depends on the employee's mood that day. But my company policy would be, because you must notify the board and your employer of any charge. Hopefully, the state's security company has written policy states that you must notify your employer within XYZ number of hours, whether you were on the job or not, of any possible disqualifying offense, especially something that could get tied back to your company. Like, what were they wearing when they were messing around with the Mary Janes? Were they on the job then? Or they, or he, she, it, shouter? Because if it was my company, you just heard me say, it's in writing for my little no employees right now companies, 2 of them. Marijuana is illegal in North Carolina. I don't have any branch offices in legal states, so I can't send you there. If you use it, subject to testing, and or if you get charged with it, you're fired. And thank goodness, North Carolina is not one of them junior states. Please don't misinterpret that. I said it goofy. I did not mean Uden. I meant union. Gotta behave yourself online. We are at will state. You can quit, boss can fire, terminate, separate. Whatever. whatever your terminologies are, for no reason at all, let alone if they gave you a written reason in advance. If I can check this box on you, you're gone from here. The shouting in Cary was second in 2 days for the town. On Thursday night, a woman was shouted on Barry Chase Way. I didn't click the link. It doesn't say. Involving another suck irrity guard. In Lumberton, another woman was shouted and KIA'd at Walmart on Fayetteville Road in Lumberton. I have been there many times. I have done in the parking lot ATM escort and across the street at another bank I won't name. You can Google map it. There's only one Walmart, or maybe I think, in Lumberton. In an isolated incident. And then there's just a bunch of stuff from WRL. Other stuff. I must have missed it. It does say in this article somewhere, or it did the first time I read it. Oh, yes. I read it. Was he on duty for the security company or not? Believe it. Closing the tab. So it all goes back to, here we go. I'm sorry, security company. I've tried not to name you. 16 as license holders. As 117. Let me delete the tab. Delete the tab. BRB. Then, here we go again. Scroll, 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 scroll. On screen girl. Go over there. Her pronouns are ascertained. If you want to call her he, go right ahead. She is not offended. It, z, them. She's oblivious. She's bubbles. I shall return. I am returned. I should have put the music on. Thank you for waiting. Creamer ready, stand by. All you G-word range people know what I'm talking about. The stream is ready, stand by. Back and to the left. Go see the JFK movie. It's a very good movie. Don't believe it, you conspiracy nutcases. I mean, you know, that's a briefcase that holds squirrel business. It has grains of truth surrounded by make a movie popular pellicula dramatization. Pellicula is Mexi Spanish Los Angeles for movie. Oh, my friend, take. Just during this thinking about this, my mind goes too fast. We go fast. Oh my gosh. And then my eyes drifted over. I had moved the notepad too far left. Back into the left. Roy Ginger. Let's do this. Dearest Amber Lamps Chaser Atties slash law years. Holla. Why? There is so much here. Can we show? Can we show? Is there written policies at contract security company? Look at me doing this in a template format. You guys can all copy paste. I'm giving it away to you free. One of you crazy lawyers out there in North Carolina, go big, go big dollar, effect some change in this ridiculous, see the previous discussion of what that really means now, industry. People are dying. And I'll go back later, I guess, and have to talk about my poor, lonely, lost in the world of who gives a F-itis. I can't even remember his first name. So sickening. I'm sickening at myself. See what you do to me, Earth. Baden, Charlotte. Cop working security, working cop. Impersonating security, impersonating a cop. KIA dude. Doing wage theft. And using government provided stuff for private gain in violation of all the laws. Somebody sued that police department for antitrust activities. Is there written policies at contract? Just help the poor guy's mother out. See the Emmett Till discussion yesterday. It's the same old thing. Back and to the left. Back and to the left. Back and to the left. Is there written policies at contract security company that could have prevented this if yes? And next, the written policies, all you imbeciles that don't know your words, imbecile is the correct singular, I guess, of imbecilics, according to our founding father, many times. Go back and see my other stream. It says imbeciles on it with Mr. Alexander Hamilton's portraiture upon it. And were the written policies under the duty to train and supervise as diminished by recent court rulings for cops, not Socrates. Socrates. The diminishment. And the written policies under the duty to train and supervise properly trained and supervised. See, and this is why you must be very careful and crafty, and I'm not going to pull it back up. I remember. I closed the tab. Because otherwise, if no, meaning there is no extensive, well, I'm sorry, I'm shouting. I am shouting not in the way that this fool shouted his got busted with him buddy. If there is no extensive documentation, see my previous discussions, all of you. I don't think I've discussed it here on the onlines yet about the scales of justice. I might have. I don't remember. And I don't care. I'm staying on this topic. Stay on target. If you do not have extensive documentation, like what were the exact minutes of the training of this security guard / officer of yours? And where is the trainer's evaluation? Like, was that person texting on their phone in that class? Did they have to take a written test? What is the credibility of the trainer? And guess what I can figure out? And so can the whole wide world. Amber lamps, that means ambulance. Go see the I am a MFer dude 2,000 a million years ago. The epic Beard Man trailer. Oh my gosh, the Lady of the Lake. I love her. I'm not going to go back to that this time. We're going to go North Carolina. NC. PPSB. Enter. Click on the first link at the ncdps.gov. Everybody pay attention. I'm teaching you how to do your daggone job. All you private investigators, especially one that worked for a lawyer that was supposed to help me do some serious fixing at the first of this year before they got their suck-irity license. For some reason, rhymes with squash comes to mind. Working with and for and funded by an attorney who has a duty to report certain things under the bar of North Carolina, but nobody has gotten a vaccination or a treatment for their born with it American I don't give a F-itis. Why would I do anything for the good of any industry? F them. Yeah. Especially you hollering all the time, professing, got your little plussies on your secular private security business emblems. You are hypocrites, liars, and filth. You are cold. It's not the hot or cold or hot. When you go to the realm of Hades or Dante's Inferno, are you just going home? Did you come from there? Are you a hound of the... I don't apologize, squash. and Big Nose Kate. I so badly wanted to think I deceived myself. Is she the lady of the lake? Next incarnation? Nay. Just another hoe bag. What was I looking for? Licensing and trainer search. Active certified trainer search. Company name. I don't know. I don't know why this is coming to my mind. You cannot press enter. You must click the search at the permitium. Do I know these people? Mayhaps. For some reason, I've heard this name this year. I don't know why, but that's out of Charlotte. Oh, then maybe that's why. Because they are no longer with the one I searched for. It produces results for all that they are certified with. All of these in Raleigh. Oh, same guy. All caps. It depends on how you typed it in your application. It has nothing to do with the employees of the NCPBSB. He shouted. And it might also be because either 1 year ago or within the last year, a good acquaintance, I guess, last name that. Not the dash part, just the first EUDY. Passed away. Cancer. Remember. We're remembering today. But we're also tearing apart the North Carolina Private Protective Services Board. None of these names ring any bell to me, which is good. Because especially me not being on the board and not being highly active in this industry, that's a very low number. These days, they dish out numbers like this with the HGFT. I myself have number 460 or 640. I don't remember. We'll look it up next. It's not doxing me. I've showed this on this stream before. Somewhere out there, clients in security or clients' attorneys. Hey, F, whatever you are, client in Raleigh. Ask your insurers and your lawyers if they need an investigator on this to indemnify or protect you under your insurance. Do you have a duty, or are you fully wrapped and protected in corporate layered liability protection? Some lawyer carpet bomb them lawyers, teach them, because me sitting here saying it, and I've said it to thousands of security licensees, owners, managers, employees, became trainers, unarmed and armed security officer guards. Thousands of them. And how many take it seriously? None. Zero. Zilch. Never. Not one. Anyway, this is a long time. You're going to have trouble, lawyers, ambulance chasers, getting after somebody with that low of a number, even if their name's on the certificate. I hope. I may be deluding myself, but whatever, it's worth investigating. Whose name does Gerald John still do? Yep. UT means unarmed trainer. Just because they're listed at Raleigh, that's just where their in-state headquarter office is. So all their trainers will show up in Raleigh unless they specifically showed this is not a small company. Lawyers, deep pockets, deep pockets. I've warned you, PPSB. Sooner or later, I'd get doing this stuff online. So I'll just stream it. You sit up there in Raleigh, collecting our tax money and our fee money, saying nanny, 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 nanny. Hey, some lawyer comes in, swoops in, said, man, somebody linked me a linky linky. Some dude running his mouth. No, I may not, lawyers, do this on a contract basis. The PPSB has wrongfully denied my private investigator's license again. If you want me to help, you have to hire me on your hourly basis on your payroll. And we'll keep logs together. Negligence. Could it be criminal negligence in the failure to train and supervise, in the negligent inability to have company management? Nevada. They have licenses. They don't even list their North Carolina license. You better be licensed. They are. See, it says they are headquartered out of Raleigh, NC, but they don't have their NC license up there. They obviously have one, because look how many trainers they have under their license. You can go, if we go under, let's go under the FT, and he's been there a long time. Expires next year, October. It doesn't say when originally issued or anything else. That's fine. That's good. There is their corporate office. Suite 300 could be a P.O. box, but it's probably a real building. And I think it had their BPN listed up there, but however, it doesn't matter. I'm on the trainer search page. If I click back again and go to licensee search, company name, that same company. Searchity search. They have two. One of them being that same trainer. He has security guard and patrol license and private investigator license. Oh, well, my good friend Gerald John, you, having both of these licenses, had better have your documentation in order, sir. Please. Holla. We might have to start circling the wagons and doing a serious departmental dump on your supervisors, trainers, leads, and some of your officers. You know, making it look to protect the entirety of the company. It happens. And a second private investigator. Why, licensees, I ask. Going away. Moving on. Why, number one, are your licenses not on your homepage? And number two, I hope you're better than your average flub security company. Because you have exposed yourself. You are now exposed. See previous trainings about if you show me a bad employee, I show you a bad boss. Because bad employees don't last around a good boss. They get fired. This employee's on fired. Meaning, no longer in the employ. We both chose to pursue different, whatever that statement is. So, if no extensive documentation, meaning there is no extensive documentation, equals fail in the duty to train and supervise, equals Negligence. I'm not giving legal advice. I'm giving business advice or discussion or theoretic. This is all based on a hypothetical. I'm just talking out how if it was my business, I'd be like, go print me out everything. I know I hate wasting paper, but go print it out. Get the lawyers, get the insurance company, get everybody on the phone. And I really should log into my Permitium. Yay, PPSB got us a search for individual officers. Finally, it's back. Hello, Elizabeth. I'm off on a serious tangent again. I'm not going to start repeating it just because now you're here. About the link is in the description. Flub security people on duty or not unknown. And I'm trying to beg a lawyer, a serious ambulance chaser lawyer, because the civil rights, the anti-government, there's no such thing as a good lawyer doing good guy work. But hey, there might be money here. The security company involved, you can never, what are you going to go after? A guy who gets busted with nickel bags of pot? Earns whatever, $12 an hour as an unarmed security guard. If that, a lot of them still working for minimums. And nobody wants to buy his criminal record and debts. But a company, they may have insurance. And the lawyers always say, well, sue for $800,000 and hope to get 80. And the insurance company say, how much will it cost us to fight it? 91. All right, settle for 80 then. But then the insurance companies may hire somebody like moi. It has happened. To say, no, you ain't got to pay nothing. Dump it back off on your fool who paid you all those premiums and didn't read the rules in their own policy. No insurance company monies. Go read your freaking car insurance policy. If you are negligent or willful in your cause of damage of any kind, that full coverage insurance policy you got pays nothing to anybody. You are on your own. And they will pay because they don't want to be sued. Go read your daggone policy, the whole thing. Whether it's your car insurance, your house insurance, or your business, or your workman's compensation, or your trainer, instructor trainer, especially the FI type. Fee. Oh, sweet Anita, I heart you. Whenever she would play the scary games and she would get a little scary, she would say, fee, fee. And sometimes she would say it so fast no one could figure out was she saying fee or fief. It's good to have fond memories to distract you from the cesspool. I didn't want to do cesspool, but life gave me cesspool. So we're doing Dean School again today, Elizabeth. About the business. Security. And let's just be glad that no others got shouted and KIA'd and red rummed and innocent bystanders. They're all cracked. I mean, my tennis elbow. So no, there would be negligence. Negligence equals, pay attention, no indemnity. I'm going to say it again. Nothing you do in any way in North Carolina, not even if you went and got yourself licensed as a company police agency and showed all your fool owner who thinks such a thing. through basic law enforcement training. That's called company police in North Carolina. It's a private thing. They don't offer immunity of any kind, especially not limited qualified. None. The only thing you can hope by having all your I's dotted and all your T's crossed, and then some. Don't worry, don't sweat it. Nobody's brought the lawsuits yet. Yet. Here's me standing on the box for our posterity. And again, because for Elizabeth's benefit, no indemnity means no money. No money from your insurers or backers. Get ready. Get ready. Sooner or later, it's gonna happen. Somebody's gonna see something somewhere, and the destiny of things will be, no matter how much I keep calling him out on it. If it's what we gotta do, it's what we gotta do. If no one else will try, even for money. I imagine there's money in this lawyers. And you could accidentally affect change in many industries, particularly this. How many bodies is it going to take? Let's call it a miracle. The bullet stopped in somebody involved. It didn't pass through and go hurt one of the other innocents around the area. Yeah, how lucky are we? This time. Now, the written policies having to do with training and all the other. Part of that includes, are you listening, Bill? You better be listening. The company in general and the site specific for all sites. Yes. How many times do you have to repeat it in writing and get those buffoons to initial the corner of every page or every line item? Or I don't know how you're going to convince it. Video them sitting there saying, yeah, I got it, man. Yeah, I got it, man. Yes, manning you. Yeah, I got it, man. Come on. Can we take a break now? Oh, crap. All the 10 million reasons they can't pay attention to their own training. Which leads to, I'm sitting here thinking, should I even hire this fool? Oh my gosh, what am I going to do if I don't have a hot body to stick on that site? Blah, 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 blah. Excuse making, whatever. Well, what does your contract say? What fool wrote a contract that says you rather have a bad guy on their site because you don't know how to manage a business at all than for you to call a client and say we're short an officer tonight. They're all out sick, COVID, and then say blah, oh no, security, blah, blah, and start all of you security industries. I'm so sick of saying this. Back and to the left, back and to the left. Become frenemies, friendly competition. Stop trying to put everybody and each other out of business. There will come a day, absolutely, that you need a warm body. And if you weren't being an a-hole, thinking you're going to turn into the Elon Musk of suckirity in parking garages and parking lots in North Kakalaki, you're not going to rule the world that way. Any of you. Quit it. I know. You can't tell a stone not to be a stone. You can't tell somebody with a total of 80 brain cells and a 70 IQ not to be what they were born as? Well, you can sure try. Maybe they'll say, what do you mean? To somebody who has more brain cells and like their wives. And their wives will say, the word rhymes with itchy. Loving word from wives to their hairy-backed husbands. That's my house. What do you mean you're putting my house at risk? Very specific, standard operating procedures, manuals in writing, written. That in general, in the company in general, it's written in the big book. And it says, in a lie, in the NCPPSB books, the training materials. Let's go back there. I went down this road. Now I'm just going to stay down it. Tearing you apart again. Suck ritty companies and North Carolina Private Protective Services Board. All of you 92nd generation. I don't give a F-itis. Fools. Blame your great grandparents. Because you always got to blame somebody. You can't take responsibility for yourself, can you? Student Manuel. Dear Student Manuel. It's supposed to be an E if it's Student Manuel. This is your road to citizenship. Where does it begin? It says it so many times. Besides, wash your arse. Yes, you have to tell security officers that. Look. Is it that fast? The first real module. Are we back here again? Standard. They don't know what the word protocol means. God knows, BH. If we were playing drinking games, I would have drunk to death on a recent document I saw about the protocol. The protocol. Let's protocol. It never defines what is a protocol. I believe AI have scraped this word off page C23. Can you remain calm and collected and implement the standard protocol? Will you? Well, the answer to will you is no, because at number 2 for law enforcement and security in North Carolina, there ain't none. What is the standard protocol? Do whatever the F you feel like. Don't believe me? Think it's just here? I'm not going to pull up that ding-dang Uvalde report I keep telling everybody in the United States to go take a look at. They didn't even know they were supposed to have a Chapter C module about emergency response. What do you mean protocol? You mean, way back at the top. Standard. The first time they use the word standard is at the bottom in the summary. Oh, what the heck does it say? Categories. Name it. George. The little cutie pop. I don't know. I shouldn't call her that. It's very derogatory. The fine young woman who worked for a time. She was just a student in one of my classes until the new boss S harassed her out of the industry and the board because he was on it wouldn't take the complaint. It says emergency plans. Have one. And I say, go back and see the previous streameries. I'm not going to go find a link to it, which 10 out of the 25 now have I said, get a written plan. And your plan must include, these plans spell out in writing what actions are to be taken. Like, to walk, my boss Carl at a computer store 35-ish years ago, 34-ish. He fired a fine young man because he said, you are so stupid. I can't tell you, go get my lunch at the same place my lunch gets picked up from every day. I have to tell you, stand up from your chair. Push the chair back away from your body so you don't trip on it. Turn left 90 degrees. Walk exactly 3 steps, and how you get 3 steps is left foot first, 1, right foot second, 2, left foot third, 3. Now turn right 90 degrees. And he went all the way through. And poor Carl had been driven so insane by his, what do I do next? What do I do next? What do I do next? Employee. Hey, boss, what do you need me to do? That he freaked out and had this big fit. He knew how many steps it was to the freaking doors. And all the way up to the road to the Fantastic. They moved down to Southern California from Seattle. That's Seattle. Chinese food restaurant. Yes, your plans must be, dear security guard, spelled gourd. It's a shape thing that associates in my brain. Have a plan. And B, yes, A, listen to Dean scream. Keep your notes. All I'm doing is streamery. And here we are. Back in the USSR. 01, 58, 00. This deeply indented. I hate being in the deep, man. I'm such a shallow person. I want to go back and look at the WRAL ladies. Pretty pink cheeks. Or where other guys look at women's. You know how it is. Just saying. In a video game. This deeply indented. Because X-eyed peoples again. Back into emergency response. See you all day. Multi-generational, specifically American. I don't give a F. Itis. Dizzy. You will. This is the same for training manuals, working with high-risk kids, or being in close or constant contact with people who have behavioral issues. You have to be able to live with constant self-behavior and pass it to others immediately. Principals are an example. They work into a classroom if they are a good principal and stand there. The class quiets, the hall quiets. These are not violent people. They are peaceful, powerful people. Yeah, your presence is supposed to be a deterrence. See the previous module B. Legal issues for the scary gourd. Gourd. Let me make sure I'm saying that right. Gourd. Yes, that's it. Either up top or down bottom, but always a big round thing in the middle. Little skinny legs and maybe a long neck with a tiny little head on it. One or the other. Security boards. It says, simply follow a plan or protocol. And I ask again, why was none of this plan, checklist, none of that in the thing I read the other day, but this daggone word protocol? Over and over and over and over, just like I said about the lady's stream last night. She used her big fancy word. She didn't get hers from BBT bots, AIs. What she said? Oh, she's so purity. But she's married. I don't, and I'm married. I don't covet. My eyes just make an observation. In my subjectiveness, I said, wow, she's smart. Because she knows what? Oh, last night knows. Not only does she know what it's not, it's that. Epistemically. And the big long version, it means to acquire knowledge, or in a philosophical something about knowledge. Get knowledge. If you want to know what it means, ask Google, and then go listen to not so erudite's streams. She uses a lot, and she sort of uses it in a context where you can glean or learn epistemically what epistemically means, and epistemology and all that. It's her thing. It's her signature. But I made a note. I just had it on screen for not enough time for anybody to read. I showed it long enough earlier, Elizabeth, whining about, if we made a drinking game out of this, how long would it be before you were exiled with alcohol poisoning? The Inquisition. What a show. Mel Brooks movie. It says, let me wrap this up. Written plans and must include checklists. Why can all of you keep droning on, robotically droning out your mind-numb stupidity from your favorite politician, or worse, their derivative talking head on either side of any political aisle in America, but you can't repeat this stuff? I don't know, because Americans. Because, see, American idgaffitis. It's a disease. I wonder if the DOA guy has a mammy. I could get highly offensive. You are judged by the company you keep. Nobody with good parents. Oh my gosh, talk about an offensive Destiny stream. I'm done with emergency response. I was looking for something. Follow the plans. Follow the written plans. You will have written plans everywhere you go. Fine. Manual. Do it manually. Duress alarms are activated manually. Oh, I guess not. In one of the edits of the subreddits, they took out, there will be a written. It might just be, I don't know. Worry about the bomb threats. Bomb threat. Written. Bling, bling, bling. Praise not frown. I don't care. Let's go back to legal issues. What was I talking about? Oh, yeah. The use of force continuum. Class. The 1950s, when poor Mr. Emmett Till got it. Presence, as defined in North Carolina law enforcement and security, and corrections, and everything else. Psychological force established through the guard's arrival or presence, and the symbols of authority often represented by a uniform, badge, etc. That's another one. Military guys and government guys do this. Having the girls in the office type. Period. And so on, and so on, and so on. What do you mean, etc.? Them big bulging packages in front of their guard pants. Is that what you're saying? Officer pants. Is that a cucumber wrapped in tinfoil in your old pants, or you just glad to see me? Ask any cop or security officer. They got a big old something. Guard, positioning, stance, posture, and demeanor often serve to prevent problems. No, they don't. The guards are the problem. Hello? Book, you are lie. You don't lie. You are lie. I always laugh at this and say this is straight out of some like Joe Friday Dragnet TV show. My great grandfather may have had approximation to law enforcement in Los Angeles and New York. In the early 1900s, all the way through the Depression, and then some. You know, back in an age when there was no such thing as internets, barely any such a thing as telephones. I read their unofficial official Los Angeles Police Department detectives written manual. It didn't sound as stupid as if somebody said, hey man, watch all these episodes of Dragnet and then write up something about what presence is supposed to be. Psychological force established through the guard's arrival or presence and the symbols of authority. Script my authority. That goes back to the 90s. South Park. In 1980, it would have to be 83 or 84. Some wanted to start his own Italian gang. Somebody close to me recently mentioned this goon and says he might have been affiliated or related to one of the big Latin kings or whatever. I don't, not a sponsor. Hell, heck no. In order to get in this guy's gang in 1983 or 4, somewhere in that neighborhood, the dude from Chicago, he would give you a snub nose Saturday Night Special revolver. And all you had to do is walk up to a cop car, shout the cop in his face, and it had to be a head shout, because if you brought back a cop badge but no blood on it or gray matter clumps, you couldn't be in this guy's gang. There is no such thing from whence I came, and again, whence means where and when, as any kind of psychological anything. Yes, maybe in this day and age, a certain set of 7-year-olds might scrap my authority. But, you know, anybody 7 years old these days is old enough to have childhood memories of the screens repeating to them. A cop leaning on George Floyd's neck until X-eyed, begging for his mama for help. What is this crap? Who wrote this? I told you, Private Protective Services, one day I'm going to be streaming. We could fix this. Oh, I'm getting frustrated. Uh, 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 uh. Life. Okay. If that works for you, that works for you. The security and the police in our world are the bad guys. See what got me on this topic? The reality. Elizabeth, if you know a lawyer who wants to partner up with another lawyer, especially California lawyers love to sue people. Yes, there's probably some money I discussed earlier. Have them watch the stream. Written plans must include checklists. And if you don't have them, you can't write them down after the fact. You are negligent. You are liable. Do they want ambulance chaser lawyers or the families of the ex-eyed guy to get, I don't know, the title on your 1986 loud pipe piece of crap lowered car with illegal tint windows? No, but they'll take what they can get. And then they'll say, and it teaches a lesson to the next one. Um, and then I got distracted and frustrated. Don't remember what else I was ranting about other than here we go again. Here we are again. Again and again and again and again. If I go out tonight, I'm going to get in free. 12. I meant 12. I said 12 and I wrote 23. Do you believe in destiny? Setting up one break coming up. Unchained. Unchanged. Setting up for a BBL means be back later. I guess I'm gonna have to figure out how to put the music up again. Life. I don't remember what the heck I was going through a thing. I don't care. No one else does. All of you have infected me with your I don't GAF flightus. Because I'm not the one out there doing this kind of stupid and letting my company run like that. In the event that, well, I never got sued before. Okay. We get away with what we get away with till we don't get away with it no more. Go see so many life's little lessons. You smug fool. Go rushing in. This is happening again. I shouldn't whine and discuss hub and wife stuff, but it made me go. Today, beautiful, wonderful, excellent, fabulous, right in every way. I'm wrong. I admit, I'm working through it. I'm taking myself to counseling. You know, there's other things about me trying to do my streams, or no matter what it's doing. It's not just the streams. If I was sitting there trying to write and update my checklist that I've been trying to write for, oh, I don't know, 12 years. For you must bring these things and start at minute one by putting on your duty gear and equipment. If you're going to take a G word class from me, you must wear your stuff the entire time. This is not a slideshow fest. You're going to get some real practice, instruction, and training all at once. I will stress you and fatigue you and make you good at it. The mechanics of G words. And I find it to be extremely a passive aggressive thing she's doing that made me giggle and think of my. Never mind. I'll be right back. Okay. I didn't timestamp the previous. I saw the chats. I'm going to go back to chats. I don't know what to say. I am sure that I'm not going to be allowed to get through some stuff that I just want to get through again. Back. Read the chats. Try to figure out if there is even a target to try to stay on. Yeah, something like that. I never much did mind little things. He, being my great grandfather, my mother's father, was a homicide detective until about 1953. He had been an old Western beat cop long before in New York and Washington State before coming to Pasadena. When a person has become a violent threat to others, these are areas that are being batted about in one case after the other, but need a solid protocol. Drunkenness, liver cirrhosis, poisoning. For all, you missed the part earlier. I whined about the use of that word. From teachers to parents of students, to guards, police, SWAT, and even as we are now going to see in our nation, the National Guard and possible military intervention. How the USA allowed itself from city to city to get the mess is important to not do it again, but no important to stop it. People need to be warned. You are not a social worker. Tell friends and family I love you, get help. Strangers need places to be helped that the police find helpful. Not expensive taxpayer funded places where people can get drugs, etc. And think they are in a game, not a treatment program. It can be done. One country is doing a great. They're doing a great. Yay, country. Whoever you are. Clean up the riffraff. Help out the helpless. Provide some kind of hope for the hopeless. Well, Yippee-ki-yay, it's Christmas. I did go watch number 2 of the Yakatomi. I can tell you the name of the company and all this other stuff. The poor guy with the dementia, Bruce Willis, whatever that. Every Christmas we have to watch those movies. Die Hard. I finally broke down, saw number 2 the other day. I don't know what to say. Whatever, it is of its time. From whence it came, it's not good, it's not bad, it's just a movie. That's how they all do. Very formulaic and blah 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 to me, but I'm the outlier. All the stuff. That's just because I'm not worthy to be social with the rest of you. You're all so much better than me in every way. Like totally and for sure. Please don't look when I run over you with my BMW. I claim it was your negligence. You bet down below the window line. See, negligence, failing into duty. American, I don't give a F-itis. Computer Widow. Let me see if I can find the book so I don't misquote the year. Computer Widow book. It's a book, my Auntie Eva, her saintedness. The official. My sainted Aunt Eva. Here it is. You can copy. Bought myself. And she said, and she should say, aunties. I think on mine, not on the cover, she knew I'm about. I get freaky dicky OCD and cry like a little baby. If you deface or mar or even put a highlighter in my paperback books, I think ours were hard copies once upon a time. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe they never released it in hard copy. In the year 1990. Somewhere in it, she might have put a sticky note, a post-it, whether it was that brand or not. That's what we all call them, sticky notes. It said, the Computer Anti-Widows Handbook. Because myself and my uncle, her husband, apparently were spending too much time in the computers. But it was my career. She was kind of being funny with me. Handbook, 1990. Link, please. Sainted alt being funny, haha, to / with me about her feelings that she felt like we loved our computers and not her anymore. Not so funny, haha, more of funny, queer. See the movie? Sling Blade. Hmm. Hmm. Taters to Uncle. Because, get ready. I'm going to look it up. I'm going to show you in Google. I'm trying to put myself back out of very deep end aggravator mood. Going outside. Stimulated takes nerves and cold feels like pain. It shall pass. It is reducing as I get warmed back up. Scratch and sniff. Adult video game. Does anyone remember when PSI had games with scratch and sniff cards with 9 different smells? I do. I just received a photo in the text labs of the United States government manual with many sticky post-it notes, tab indexed, sticking out of the margin. Well, it would appear what drove my dear sweet auntie to purchase a book about computer widows was not only Leisure Suit Larry games. Leisure Suit Larry. Leisure Suit Larry was very funny. Tongue in cheek. I like the one about Passionate Patty and the pursuit of pulsating pectorials. Tom Jones, you rock. Oh, Tom Jones, Frankie. Anyway, yep. That's what got him a book and in trouble. That was very demented. Even by my standards. If Sorry, I put the chat back up on stream because it's doing that thing again. Thanks, Russian bots, for visiting, but the views don't count. They, the good YouTube giveth. Hearts to the text. Heart incoming. Blam. Um, oh, heart incoming. All the stuff. I hope he says something adult. It's on the list. Why do these people can't do this thing? What is it? Oh, I remember. What it always comes back to. With the police, with the fast food joint. Go see the whole hour long. This is the fire I'm standing next to. Thankfully, I'm not standing next to the fast food fires. I'll pull that up in a minute. What's worse? Ex-eyed guys that are messing around with the marijuana. I know lots of people who are absolute illegal users, abusers, and misusers of scripts, let's say, and how they whataboutism or deflect is they are puritanical marijuana witch hunters. You know what's wrong with this GD country? That's dill lettuce. Turns sweet little girls into whores. I said, were you brainwashed with that goofy 1920s or 30s movie? The name of it is not coming to me right now. I didn't forget. I'm very distracted. And not taking the pain. I remember. 02. 37. 17. And I'm responding dynamically. The good YouTube giveth, and the good YouTube taketh away. Robotic programming. Reefer madness. That's the name. Did your parents tape your eyelids up and make you watch Reefer Madness 9,000 times while giving you their Adderall? Not a sponsor, not a recommendation, not a slap or stab. Such a necessary thing. It helps so many. Don't mean to take away from the Ritalin either. You are all great people. Obviously, you're doing it right. You're making gazillion, billion, trillions of dollars. This couldn't be a consumer-driven addict market, could it? One time, some parents, speaking through one of the parents, said that they were thinking about seeking an online diagnosis because the real doctors wouldn't provide it of ADD or ADHD for their 3-year-old and getting them on some of them helpful tablets. I said stupid things. I said, I will never forgive you. Mm. Well, there went another. It was kind of a pressure release on the tennis elbow. In my face. And for a couple of seconds, it's so much worse. And then, diminishment. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Here we go in. Loop, de-loop. Could we please de-loop back into the left? Somebody teach this to somebody, and I'll stop saying it when I hear someone else say it. Why? Where? Where? No way. Where? Why? Not where. Oh, I made myself giggly. Almost as giggly as a scratch and sniff video game, but ew. Why? Why? Said the Enron. That was back there. It might be in the description. I don't remember. Why? Who? Who? Oh, God. If it isn't written down, it didn't happen. Why? Pray tell. Is there no adult? I see it. I will fix it. Supervision in Mary. Question and exclamations. Why? E. E before R, except after E. Why is there no adultus in America? Anywhere, screaming into the void. Answer? Because there are no adults. Period. End of line. That's from Tron. That's what the MCP said when it was finished talking to you. End of line. Tron is such a good movie. I understand that they made some fan fiction derivative work, sometime in the new millennium. I refuse to acknowledge it. Preempted. Once upon a time. All right. We're almost done. The 100th time this week. Illegal weaponry. I don't know why, George. Something about. And we may have discussed it on stream. I have discussion deja vu. We're talking about. Oh, nobody told me not to. Piece of shite. Utterly unforgiving in my verbiage. Especially dude. Shot the other dude on Friday night with a illegal weaponry. If you can't handle being called shite, you probably somebody should have asked you that question first before they ever hired you as a gourd at their site. No documents, no visitors, no guests. It's the 100th time. And then we just say, we're back in the checklist in the description. The ancient Chinese saying that Dean just made up somewhere around 85 or earlier. With we're good men. I've discussed it in previous streams, but here we go. Discussing it again. Why do we have no adult supervision? I put a link down at the bottom. When I was a child, I spake as a child. Where is it? Where is it? BibleGateway.com. Not a sponsor, not an endorsement, not a whatever. It's a website on the internet. Relatable to all of the warnings. Don't you click that meat man thing if you're not of good humor and a tough person. It's a yin and a yang thing. It's old school punk rocker stuff. It's not even the worst of We're the Meat Man. And you suck me, baby. I am well listened as well as being well read. Okay. No adult supervision because no adults, the Bible says. When I was a child, I spoke as a child. Well, all you idiots on my country, you speak like children, so therefore you must be children. Yeah. But when I turned a certain age, It has nothing to do with your numbers and the rising and the settings of your sun. It has to do everything with your maturity and your ability to take responsibility. So, somewhere very early in my days, I had decided that that was a very disingenuous, lie-filled saying that was brought out of the ancient eras and misapplied to today of 1980s. Evil prosper where good men fail to act. I scratched out act and wrote in all capital letters and put a skull and bones for the X. Exist. Yeah, it was probably earlier because I used it on Obnox flyers. Band started in 1982. Me and my brother and the Brothers Pace, and then didn't really get doing anything or issuing flyers till late 83 or maybe early 84. So by 84, I remember putting on flyers for a Runk Pocker band, two finger nitties and three chord wonders. That's what Mr. Frank Pace called his guitar writing. Two finger nitties and three chord wonders. That's what we're doing. And I had made up the ancient Chinese saying that I just made up. So I would write it on the flyers. And of course it was punk rock. So we would always use skull and bones for X's. That's so punk rocker. The USA has for way too long and had no adults to lead youth to adulthood. I kept waiting to be around adults and in many places was not able to find that. The law school I went to was all about growing up and leading with being grown up. It's good for you. And the one, I think, do you believe in destiny? I do. How can you not? There he is on the internet. Oh my gosh, is he an AI bot? Oh, that was another one. I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you. In the most, just, did something happen? Did you do it on purpose? Did you make it up? I mentioned earlier. Let me find it again. I don't even know what I was doing. Never mind. No adults. Because there are no adults. And evil prospers where good men fail to exist. Somebody show me a good man, non-gender specific, who will just do the right thing, not be standing around with the thumb one in one of their holes and one in the other one. Another one. You are neither hot nor cold. You not only have, I don't, idgaffitis, you have other itises that are not uniquely American. See a very ancient text that says, you are neither hot nor cold, and because you are lukewarm, I will spit you out my mouth. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Do you believe in peanut butter? Clap your hands. 20. Uh, dancing around the inside of my brain cat school like Snoopy dance while Snoopy and can't think of the little birdie's name. Little yellow bird says exclamation point because that's all a little bird says. Oh, for some reason I want to say later. That's what I remember the bird's name. I don't care. Not so erudite book to believe in destiny. So many happy and platonic and friendly and in all hearts to you, my lady, because Woodstock. That's right. Thank you. Oh, yellow bird. Oh, earlier, the Destiny. She became something on the YouTube sphere because of a chance meeting of this Destiny guy. She credits often. In this video, at 24 minutes in, there's her link to her video. Do you believe in peanut butter? Which, let's just type it. Peanut butter commercial. Do you believe? Do you believe in Destiny peanut butter? Peter Pan. Oh, I had Dana Platos. That's the girl from that TV show. You know, that one. I know you know. Oh no! In 1972, they had a gay, meaning happy. They had a happy actor and somebody sued about it. I'm being purposely, whatever they call it, stupid. HMF peanut butter commercial, 80s or 90s. You got your chocolate in my peanut butter. You got your peanut butter in my chocolate. Skippy. Maybe. I don't know. Peter Pan, 1970s. If you believe in peanut butter, clap your hands. There you go. I was right. Peter Pan, ready kids? Here we go. Let's say erudite. Or not. I always want to forget. I always want to forget. Not. Let's spell it right. Not so. E, capital E. Erudite. Heart. Vid. Blam. It's in the chat. I keep forgetting. I keep misfiring. Not so air. I wrote you, and it's you, not O. See how I do? Not so. Because even though it's Peter Pan, that always comes to my mind because I say, how many times today have I said, do you believe in destiny, power of time, Dracula? And I say, do you believe in peanut butter? Because that was the TV commercial of the 70s, 80s, and 90s for Peter Pan, who I liked once upon a time because of the e-ticket ride at Disneyland said, ready kids, here we go. And then sometime in the new millennium, they changed it to ready everybody, because calling kids kids of all ages is offensive to some. True story. Judges used to have the power to ask the bar to review a lawyer who brought stupid suits, such as peanut butter. I don't remember the peanut butter lawsuit. I've often wondered, and I figured, they're like, man, us effing up used to get punished. There used to be like a standard. See why are security guards still in 2024 taking illegal weapons to their workplaces unknown whether there's any rules from the company or not about Don't be hanging around your work sites when you are not clocked in, off books, off documents, especially not with guns. What the hell is wrong with you? But no, nobody has any written instructions. Oh, so go look up Sweet Anita, my dear sweet eighth wonder of the world. Recently, I sent it around to all my friends in email because you sure can't put that on social media. A long time ago, 5 or 6 or 7 years, Sweet Anita ticked out of her mouth. He didn't cry. That's consent. This year there was something about our words with a knife. And she said, because of something else, I don't remember what it was. That's consent. If you don't have written instructions for your ridiculous employees, like, and people used to laugh at him, I understand, a different Mr. Bill gave up his business at last, long past due. I had invited him out into the hallway and calling it a street. He's a very bad guy and he treated me very badly. And if you're willing to treat somebody that will ask you to paces, sign this waiver and stand at paces. What do you to people who are your average, standardized, coward, working class slob employee in America? Well, whatever the heck you feel like. And then you act shocked when they're running the side games and doing all this crap. These two guys that got arrested with Drugos together, one ends up XIing the other one at one's workplace site, and the news people don't know, was that dude on duty? In the silence, that was the answer. I don't know. I can't talk about it. No comments. Good answer, good answer. I discussed earlier. It says much. There is much in the silence. I remembered what else. What kept me pinned. I have still not finished. Not so erudite. Not so erudite. Video last night. It's a few days old. Video. So many hearts. Somebody get me over to her and let her know. So many hearts. The yin is this. The yang being what I already discussed. That she keeps saying all these variation flavors of. Where is it? Where is it? All the self-deprecation disqualifications, the self-apologizing, the discounting what she's saying by apologizing for it before and after, mostly at night, mostly. I thought I wrote it up here. Didn't I wrote it up here? Maybe that's why I left a line. Where's the word? Word is the word. Maybe I just had it in the checklist. Mmm. Mmm. Fruity red rum. Well, I know it's in the notes from yesterday. Notes last night, epistemically, and many variations thereof. I looked it up earlier, Elizabeth. You'll have to go look it up yourself. Epistemically. Not only does she say that, ad nauseum, that's yang. But it's her own thing. It's just yang to me. Here's yin. Equals yang. Yin equals she says gif or gif, meaning graphical image format files, computer images. Not the scratch and sniff kind, just an early version that all the neurotics, or just because they read it, not read it, the REDDIT, we are the super smartest, snarkiest, super sarcasticest, F you, will say crap, 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 and the R word we can't say anymore for Arrested Development about you and everybody else about you, because you don't do it our way. You're not one of us. New Millennium, us guys that were there, I've said in previous streams, at these silly GIF, like peanut butter, GIF, like peanut butter. Clap your hands. Oh, I can't remember her real name. She does go and tells it and says it in her own streams. I'm not doxing her, but whatever. I can't remember anyway. Not so erudite. I clapped my hands like a ridiculous. We used to have less letters. Rhymes with hard means Arrested Development. Certain syndromes with shapy eyes. Like a child. I smiled like a child. Rob Dugan, born yesterday. She said so many times, and I could feel it. I could feel it. It's another song. Can't think of who wrote it right now. Which goes back to the thing that the destiny of yesterday. While I was doing that, they were doing this other. All of it tied together. Is it coincidence? This confluence? This crossroads? This. Is it a conspiracy? Is somebody got us programmed and we looked at our phones, all of us at the same time, and it said, like from the Manchurian Candidate, how about a nice game of solitaire? The Red Queen is the activation, spelled TRI something. And then we all said these things. What's the word? Where it is, where it is. Besides saying GIF, it is not a goof. She cannot be wrong. She is women. It is 2024. Yes, pronoun ascertained. Offered, volunteered, and probably listed on her proper programmed, very up to date, smart young people stuffs. I just sit there and stare at it and go, do you dare? Do you dare? Could it cost me my everything to say he, him? Better just leave it. Not even, don't check. Here it is. Qualia. It's a subjective thing. It is not. It is. It is not. I had a feeling. Whoa, what a feeling. Toyota. Yes. There it came. It came back to me. Take the pain. Platoon. Sergeant Barnes. I'm dealing with it, man. I'm just dealing with it. Oh, I forgot earlier. I'm glad I got that off my chest. I'm glad I remember. Everybody go over there. Listen to her. She says cute things. Or, hey, click it. But don't thumb down it. Thumb up it. And then type comments to help her out with the algorithm. How dare you? Put don't how dare you somebody without crediting Greta. She owns it. That's her trademark phrase. How dare you say GIF? It's not peanut butter. It's a computer image. It's a goof. Are you threatening me? Somebody go spank. And I mean by lawsuit, not with your Not with your turn-ons. Some of these security buffoons. There's a guy with X eyes. I ain't writing no ILMs. Ha! I said yesterday, don't say that. I'm not writing no interactive lights and magics for none of them. I'll close the great. The one and only. Run Forrest, run Gump. Not run Forrest, run Dan Forrest. Failed politician from North Carolina. Probably getting 7 or 8 North Carolina state checks right now. That's how it all works out. You'll be okay, Mark Robinson. Go see Drink Master standing on the sidewalk saying, "Who are you?" He was a state legislator or a federal something for our state, NC. And after he got fired for manhandling college students and being drunk on the job and in public, he got 2 $100,000 or greater state jobs that he worked full time at without ever clocking in a minute. Them checks still going? Somehow, in the open government initiative of Obama era, vanished still during the Obama era, and it's not so open anymore. Donald J. Trump and his whole crap didn't bring it back in there 4 years. Well, let's talk about that open government thing. Well, collusion. What's. How about we look up who's getting paid what by our government? Like, when you politicians get unelected, non-elected, because it's not like any of you ever get forced out. YouTube, go. And I can't show you people the video. I don't think. Oh, I can't remember. You know, it's not because it was so long ago or whatever. It's because there's so many hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of bad government employees just in my own county. Farmers of women and children, thieves, corruption, kidnappers. Thanks, George, reminding me. Teaching me. George learned me. No statute of limitations on a felony. I'll go find me an attorney somewhere and bring the criminal charges myself. Barnett County, Wayne Coates, you want to get this taken care of? It's 10 years old now. Burden your whole department to the ground. Oh, I mean, I'll stand there and watch because you did it, Wayne. And all the rest of you. There are no good cops. None. Zero. I was about to look for something. NC, politician, drunk. Who are you? Oh, come on. Can you not use quotes? Tell me who are you? Mm, mm, mm. It is there. Uh, by mark. Permanent black mark on NC's record. Trump said, "Don't go away, man, girl. Just go away." You see how bad this is? That typing NC politician drunk doesn't produce the famous. Lots of stuff about you, Mark. Forever on the internet. No shame. Scum bucket. And all your Republican handlers standing around saying, we knew he was bad all along. Then why'd you elevate him? Why'd you do that to us Republicans and you're the good guys? With your veto-proof majority? Why didn't you veto-proof impeach that bad boy? Republicans? Oh, yeah, because you were waiting. Let's all wink to each other and tell Mark, because he's so stupid he'll believe us. You're gonna kick Josh Stein's butt come 2024, Mark. You with us, and we are they, and he is she, and you are the Eggman. Cuckoo get you, and Stein don't stand a chance against you, Mark. Then as soon as he walks away, I'm like, can you believe that idiot bought that shit? I can't think of the guy's name. It'll come to me later. Or we'll type and see politician, college student. Who are you? Oh, jeepers creepers. I may have eventually demoted, hidden, gone away because some dude keeps typing that search every so often. Yes, I know. I'm wasting your Bob Etheridge. There, Drunken Bob. Drunken Bob. Our good friend, Drunken Bob. Who? Well, let's just go ahead and admit how long I wasted on this. Oh, 3. 11, 7 minutes. Because I don't have instant recall, total recall, everything stored in my noggin. It pretty much is. I remembered the key events. But, old. That messes your brain up. Lovingly called Drunken Bob Etheridge got the outs from the elected job and got to 6-figure, low 6s, low 6-figure NC hired jobs that he never spent 1 second at. Guess what? Because this is how. Do you believe in destiny, confluence, nexus, the crossroads? It could happen to you, and nobody in America will cure themselves of their idgaphitis. It's another new one I had to make up. It means I don't give a F and I don't give a F, which I had my old people shock when my 11-year-old granddaughter was busy whapping to the whap music, saying, I don't give a over and over and over and over and over, all in that weird brainwash repeat way that people say, I'm just doing my job. I'm just doing my job. I'm just doing my job. Oh, my boss didn't tell me no. My boss didn't tell me no. My boss didn't tell me no. This is what happened with one of those 6-figure jobs. No joke. In the absolute difficult, especially for someone who, at the behest of a friend, burned the bridge of government employment by calling out the government on some very dangerous crap they were teaching cops. And a friend of mine, and I will hold that no matter what, no matter how self-pitying I get when I say when even friends seem out to harm you. Guns N' Roses, November Rain, who has turned their back on me many times. Maybe one day I will call out, friend, help, and they won't turn their back on me. But I will never reduce myself to turning my back on people just because everybody else did. If everybody else jumped off a bridge, my sainted mother, still living but sainted nonetheless, used to once upon a time said, would you jump off a bridge too? Do you believe in destiny? Even though I had a serious flag on me and my name and my social security numbers and my driver's license numbers because I dared speak truth to the power or take public some horrifying, heinous horse crapola of law enforcement and law enforcement training and deep, deep, deep corruption in the North Carolina Department of Justice under then Attorney General Roy Cooper. Good job, Roy, and thanks for moving on into the governor house. 'Cause if not you, a worser or evil, the -R crud. There's that. Find the yin in that story. Obviously, it was the lesser evil because the people have voted. Here we go. With about a year worth of serious when did Bob age? In 2011. What a fantastic time. Because it took a while. They had to wait for the name to cool off. I have screenshots. I could log into my other computer, but I set it to backing up. And I'm not going to go get those screenshots right now. Or the emails. Or anything else. Or my complaints to the useless Attorney General and his crappy, useless bureaucracy. Mr. Roy Cooper, Attorney General, great state of North Carolina. Thank you for your service, sir. After other problems I had already had, like pointing out and publishing on my web pages and such and such. Said, did you know the North Carolina Security Book calls a special population that rhymes with regards but has a T in there instead of a G? The state. True story until 2020. Not released until 2021. Things like that. But far more important, this had to do with deeply ingrained injustice and training and standards and law enforcement throughout this whole effing state. Bad SX harassments. What in the police trades they call putting dirt on each other. Stuff like that, insider scared to death to whistleblower because BS on all those so-called federal and all these other whistleblower, man. You do that stuff to cops, you might end up DOA'd with X's over your eyes. Whistleblower them. Don't you dare try to hop out of the deep blue abyss. Mick Jagger said in the 1960s that every cop's a criminal. So I got out loud and proud. Some of it was on my face space that got vanished. You know, I knew what I was doing. I was asked by a friend, dude, will you take it again? Will you take it? Will you be the bad guy? I mean, the pariah, the target, the whatever. The hell have I got to lose? I had Harnett County Sheriff threatening me and stalking me around. Sure, why not? What are they going to do? Make me uncomfortable around cops? That was a recipe. Well, anyway, in spite of that, it was some kind of management or supervision, some kind of weird bookkeeping or documentation or be an adult supervisor job. 6 figures, state benefits, get some retirement, be able to provide for your wife, not be a hopeless, hateful, why do you hate me, God in the world and the spirits that be. I know you're testing me. I'm tough. I can take it. F you. About 11 or 13 months. I don't remember. I could go look it up, but I set that computer that does all that has all the records going back to 1110 at my fingertips. Searchable, indexed. And after several online interviews and in-face interviews and tests, like, are you really all that and then some? Yes. But no, let me self-deprecate and all this other and grovel at your government feet. Government HR bullies. And I don't know, I hope I can spellering. I said, you're hired. Your start date is so-and-so. We'll send you a future communications of where you're to report and blah, 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 and all this other stuff. And the SOP, it's written. It's a state government job. Standard operating procedures. Don't be a SX harasser. No harassments. And I never heard anything. And I never heard anything. And eventually, I hit them back up. Hey, what's going on? And they're like, we'll circle back to that, So I clicked on North Carolina's supposedly currently whatever searchable databases of government employees and jobs and positions. And not only did Bob Etheridge have my job, he had another. People wonder why I'm so hateful. F you. Fire the whole government. Elon, please, 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 please. Just lock the buildings up. Empty buildings can do no harm. And don't give all of you scumbuggerly politicians on both sides. Who does it hurt? The little guys who spent 2 years in the face of, I knew I should not have helped a friend out and stopped the R4P3 of women cadet police officers in my state. Well, it wasn't really that, because we didn't hold them down or anything. We just told them we wouldn't hire them. They weren't going to get their BLET certificate unless they let us do a chain or a train, that kind of thing. And then sick them onto the public of North Carolina, having been R-worded into their uniforms and badges. They know they can't bully the DOJ or the boss. So who do you think all these took our word for the team from a team? They call it gang R-wording. And that's the price you gotta pay. You want to put your woman arse in a police car. Back then. And I got it exposed, got it stopped at the behest and the begging of including elected Shire Reeves. And what's the pay up comeuppance? That after earning the absolute hate of everybody in my government? Well, when one of their cronies got himself effing fired for being a drunk, stupid asshole, they gave him my government job. Oh, am I jaded? Am I?
We're all jaded.
And all they ever had to do, any of them, I just got done a while ago, ranting and raging all over the PPSB with the same broken record. I wouldn't be online talking about this if you guys would have let me help you fix it. Pop, I wouldn't be online talking about this if you guys would have let me help you fix it. Pop. F you all. A friend of mine called me the other day and said something about a particular lawyer that I extra plus hate. And how he was going to use that lawyer and pay him a bunch of money to tell him the sweet little lies that he wants to hear instead of the absolute simplified truth that Dean keeps saying. And I said, you know what? I hope after that SOB cashes your check, he dies long and slow in a burning car accident all by himself on fire. In a video game. And does so utterly unrepentant. Carry on, fire, 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 fire. Are you threatening me? Yep, true story. Bob Etheridge. Drunken Bob. Sue me for defamation. Scumbag. 2 six-figure North Carolina jobs that he never spent 1 minute at. Probably still at them. NC payroll. Open records. Bob Etheridge. The rep. 180,717. I don't know what year that was. Out of my town, imagine out of my city. I don't know why I said it that way. And another 130 out of Rocky Mount. That was when he was our rep. District 2. See, we don't have it anymore. They used to once upon a time had a North Carolina searchable database like California. There's this for everything we complain about California, all of us. California police officer salary. Indeed. California Highway Patrol salary and benefits. Join the LAPD salary and benefits. Let's try it. Police officer salary search. Transparent California. You go to transparentcalifornia.com. Say close. You can get a premium account. You can search for who's getting salaries and who's getting pensions or retirements, or who's getting both. North Carolina used to have one of those, and then they found out this has got to be Dean. There's 4 or 5 searches every year, and they all come from the same IP range. It can only be Dean because everybody else, including all what's supposed to be our investigative journalism, has American idgaffitis. There's zombies with that stuff. Running down the road. Bob Etheridge. Who are you? Who are you? He grabbed a hold of a poor little college kid. Got himself fired. Glad I got out of that elected job because I got me a whole bunch of paychecks to sit at the home drunk. Hey, Bob, don't get caught in public because you're at the office. You know what I'm saying? You're at two offices. There's no inflation. Oh, so now let's ask for him by name. Do you suppose that there's a long video carefully edited of the North Carolina statewide uniformity federalism documents to the people of North Carolina? Well, that would be no. That would be raw video from the Associated Press 14 years ago of him manhandling a fine young person in our society. Who are you? Who are you? You could barely understand what the hell he was saying. So drunk. Are you still alive, Bob? Have you apologized yet? Crop damage. That's not damage, that's crop circles. It's the aliens, Bob. You might need another check to be an alien investigator. See, there's nothing up in here. Where's a long video from any politician about their policies? Any of them. Anywhere in the entire United States. About them poking a hole in a one department like the North Carolina Private Protective Services Board, just pointing out typos and theoretic fortune cookie caca in the book. Nope, just me. Little old me. I guess if you guys had paid me to shut up, I wouldn't be doing this right now. I tried to help you all out and offer you a chance. For 15 years now. I often wonder to myself, how many federal and state paychecks is Roy Cooper going to collect without error? No one even is going to turn him over the little clock in app. No, we got that for you, Roy. Don't worry about it. Old Roy is a good dog. I mean, a good dog food. I just put that on my Facebook too. What didn't I do to get myself fired from the Facebook? Old Roy, dog food. Old Roy, not old, old. Mm. Ever since he was our Attorney General, I called him Old Roy. And then a fine lady that I met on an online way and followed nasty, I hates him, Mark Robinson, because a dear sweet old lady on the internet's on Facebook said, please help me. We need more followers and likers to this Mark Robinson moron's campaign the first time. I put up with that crap and put thumbs on Mark Robinson's horse crap and his campaign. And NCGOPs promised me that they would not only get me near him and let him explain my entire Machiavellian advisor and prince thing and help him not get burnt down by himself like he did. But they said, we're not going to make you do that free, Dean. We're going to pay you for it. I was like, I'll believe it, when you send me the money. They never did. I didn't ever believe them. I knew they were setting him up. Oh, this idiot. The Republicans don't have a chance against the Cooperstein monster. Roy Cooper is well connected. And you did a great job for our state, sir. Thank you for your service. Both times. All 2,000 years of it. How many checks is Roy Cooper gonna collect? I don't know. They took away the open record searcher. Imagine that. Can have anybody seeing how we reward ourselves for being crappy politicians. Let's go. Who are you? Remember, sort of covered it yesterday. When we're talking about those that have gone before us and the destiny of it all, I misaligned these. The Emmett Till woman gave a book to NC. It's probably illegal, especially if UNC gave her money for it, rewarding evil. Are you rewarding evil? The woman who made the accusation. So it's another reminder. Everybody, please, plus, I'll come back to this another day. Maybe. If I don't get computer widowered from, you can't do that anymore, or write your instruction manuals or anything else. Not no steaks in the freezer. Luke Tennessee, legal? Certainly beyond a shadow of a doubt. Immoral as F. AF, immoral in the Air Force. And yet another example of, here we go. How many times and how many streams have I had to say this? Only bad, wrong, evil is going to be rewarded in this worldly system, the Judeo-Christians say, of ours. That's the fact, Jack. That's from another real good comedy movie. Bill Murray. One of the other guys from Ghostbusters. Can't think of what it is right now. 1980s. That's the fact, Jack. Call him drunken Bob Etheridge. He won't Who Are You like the Who song. It's a bad song anymore. He's counting them government cabbages and getting drunk as a skunk. Mm. Yes, please, Elon Musk. Remy Swammy. Forever President Trump. If there's no government offices to do anything, you get to stay president until you croak. Maybe you can have RFK. Turn the USDAs and the health cares and the health and human services into your magic immortal machine and get you a shot. Somebody get me a shot. They'll vote you immortal. Oh boy. Mood minus. Sorry, George. My mood wasn't so bad.
No,
And then my mood got worse and worse and worse. And the
I
pain
get
in
it.
the joint kept getting worse and worse. And trying to be the good guy and don't be impatient and rude and be understanding, especially in the husband wife stuff, led me outside. The cold feels like fire on
I
the
know.
hurting nerve.
At least your car has heat. I think part of what the issue of just lack of sleep is also got too cold this morning.
Mm-hmm. Remember, philo sophistication. If you don't, if you didn't, you got to dig through what you got. All we've
Yep.
got, all we have is what we have.
Yep.
From those that went before. See, I really want to do this thing, but the problem with my long lost friend Alexis, yo, Alex, is that all starts with that whole, is there no one else? Go see the movie Troy. I do not equate myself with the awesomeness of Brad Pitt's. It's a southern thing. They make everything plural down here. But check out his pits. And some fine manly armpits connected to a fine manly body. He was not. That's a character he played. Achilles. Is there no one else? When kind of a not rework of the original Iliad and Odyssey. It's straight out of David and Goliath. The send your champion to face our champion, and the winner takes it all. And the obviously not a giant goes out there and in a swift motion ends the giant, the bad guy. Haha. And he says, is there no one else? That who you got? I started to mention before, I'm not going to go into it. A calling. Are you called to something? Do you find yourself? Is it your destiny? Is it the plan? I don't know. I don't care. Is it random dust bouncing around the Big Banger? I don't know. If I knew, I wouldn't be sitting here talking to a computer for nothing. I'd be writing the novels and selling them to all the universities and the science labs. I know the secrets. And here's the proof. Obviously, I'm not smart because they pay everybody else to lie to them and write science fiction books. Mm. The joint, the joint, the joint. Yo, Alex. At a certain Catholic school, all boys. Once upon a time, in fiction, there was a young dude. We'll call him Dean. He found himself often, as is often the case. It doesn't matter if it's all boys or all girls. A bunch of teenagers in America in the 1980s that think they're in their 20s and they're all that and then some. It's just a bunch of a-holes and bullies, pretty much. Especially if that school in particular has a football team. That's royalty in school. Their sovereigns, or all royalties, can do no harm. See, date raping cheerleaders and each other and all the madness that they let football players get away with because, well, they're for the football players. I don't know what the hell. Any given Sunday, a teenage person, yo Alex, who did not meet any of the stereotypes or Christian or Catholic or because it was a Catholic school. All boys, very hateful, hypocritical, and just whether it is or not. And the worst are the what they would call back in my day. I don't know what you call it anymore. The closeted, frustrated homosexual macho men. I'm sure my grandmother knew all the correct Freudian terminology. The guys who were very confused, and they had to sit around like if they were on the football team, or worse, the captain and the quarterback. And they were supposed to date R word every cheerleader. And their mothers and sisters too. Oh gosh, darn it, aren't you a young man on a football team? Slip 'em a Mickey and get a touchdown, son. Fictional, hypothetically, in my space opera, in this weird far ago in a galaxy long, long away. Space opera I'm making up right now. Then there was a Yo Alex, who was not closeted, frustrated, said, man, I hate having to pretend that, and all that. I don't know. Go look it up yourself. Alex was just what we today would call confused or abomination or mental or whatever. Alexis was a great and beautiful creature who got relentlessly bullied, hurt, beat by all the big tough guys who probably whispered in his ear after they'd punched his eyeball bloody. Hey man, could we kiss each other later? Don't tell anybody. Probably not. There were some who were they would kick him less. They'd check their punches a little bit because they didn't dare risk. Alex was not a transvestite. He was not a trans anything. He was not. He was very confused. He was not a. I was born homosexual. He was. I guess we used to joke, me and Alexis. He's a tricycle. He'll try anything. But it had to do with severe SA throughout childhood from too young to remember. Severe. And other, in a serious, hardcore Catholic, the stricter they are, the more dangerous, hypocritical, harmful they seem to be on the face, etc. So, being a tricycle, meaning trying things out. Alexis would wear makeup to school one day, and all the tough guys would beat the living hell out of him or chase him around. Or Alex would show up wearing a wig and long hair and then get in trouble with the school because we had a standard hair dress code and grooming standard. It's not what they called it. That's what the Marines call it. Hard hair, no facial hair, everything. Unless you were on a football team, then you could have a porn stash. So, just me standing around because I was the only one who would openly admit I burnt the long cylinders that contained tobacco. Sacrilege, I know, I still do it. But the kind of life I had already lived up to that point, having been beat to death and resuscitated, etc., I was intolerant of all. I don't give a damn what your rules are. Then kick me out of your effing school. I was working for $2 an hour and some pennies to pay the tuition at that hellhole of a Catholic school. Oh, I just didn't care. So they were, oh yeah, well, if you said it that way, just please go to the parking lot so no one else will see that we let you get away with it. It's to scrap their authority. So often I would go out there to take my particular incense break, and there would be who I eventually learned was Alexis, a very bullied, very beaten, taking that crap from zero brain cell meat, closeted homo abuser, R-worders of men and women. Teenagers, teenagers don't do that.
Yeah,
And
right.
so here would be this person, either writing poems in their poem book or drawing sketches or tearing the bottom off his shirt or cutting it off to wipe up the bloody spots and all this other stuff and hiding in between vehicles out in the faraway parking lot where I could walk out of classes and say, I need a break and go disappear and have several burning cylinders. And there would be Alexis. To me, from day one, having met with bruises and bleedings and torn up clothes and cutting the bottom of his
Read the
shirt off.
read the chat.
I can't see the chat. I have messed up my screens again. Hold the line, please. Thank you, sir. Trying to
You're
find it.
welcome.
Oh my gosh. I've missed a lot. I apologize, Elizabeth. I have missed a lot. Hang on. Let me mark it. Try to go to yo, Alexis. Missed many chats. And so we will say 03, 51, 53, chat, catch up, catch up. Thanks, GH. Sorry, Edo. All right, here we go. I got it all logged. I got it noted. Noted. Wait, I gotta at Alexis in a parking lot, clutching below the belt shirt. That way I'll remember, maybe, if we ever get back to this again. Ouch. Joint pop, crackle. Snap, crackle, pops. It's a cereals. Go have some. It's good for you. Wow, I missed a lot. I got the judges one a long time ago. Elizabeth said, I don't know how long ago because the chat doesn't. Wait. Channel activity. Go to channel. Pin the message report. Remove. Put somebody in timeout. Add as a moderator. No. Timestamps. Bob blam. Ha. I knew I had seeded it. I have seen it at 4:16 p.m. Oh my gosh. No, wait. 4:19 p.m. Yes. 1 hour ago. The most deepest apologies, Elizabeth. I got lost in my own lunacy. Let me widen this out too. And then failed to recognize, chat's not on the screen anymore. I got carried away in my Bob Etheridge. Who are you? Once upon a time, in an hour ago chat. Thank you again, George.
No
Woodstock,
problem.
so erudite judges. Here we go. 4:19 p.m. People have nothing else in the world to bitch about besides a kid ride, says kids. Needs to be cut off their trust fund and get a hobby. Yep. If there was no thought about money or other no consideration, what would you enjoy doing with your computer widow for a few hours each week or day? Nothing. Whatever she says. I'm sure whatever. I'm just being a whiny baby. Nothing. Whatever she says. One day we're getting an expensive divorce. And my lovely mom had taken my ex after his girlfriend's dad said, if you want your college money, he cannot live in your apartment. And I live with 5 foster kids and their partners in a 2-bedroom apartment while getting a job and taking care of 2 kids and going to school, and no one cares. DR said, F you, I care. And if I'm not enough, F you. He was wise beyond his years. At least it seemed to me as a kid. I don't know. I was a kid. He helped me out with burying and putting little popsicle stick crosses, which is a big thing for a Uden to do. Let you put crosses, or teach you to, as grave markers to your dead puppies. I understand the target talking points. I understand the off target. But if you do not give yourself a flag and an anchor, you are making it harder on yourself. You know, I was listening. It says, lock up the empty buildings, auction them off. No, empty the buildings, then lock them up, and then get rid of them. It is going to be a shock to those who have no job. It's better to pay them to stay home where they can do no harm. I will always stand by that. Because they're going to go re-listen to the whole Bob Etheridge story. They're going to get paid either way. Better to lock them out. They had no skills, just behind kissing on their resume. Yep. Which is not going to be good for getting a new job. Never is. This system. That is the whole reason to discuss the founding documents. Yep. We will return. We have not just the right, but the duty to say this sucks and change it without putting our job, home, and life on the line. Yeah. You are not paying tuition. I used my lawsuit settlement money and went to live with Granny so you two could go to that school. Because the police admitted they had no way to stop the gangs that had taken over the schools and streets in Pasadena. I had another home, but it turned out to be a block outside Temple City School District, and Pasadena would not release you two to except to the public Pasadena schools or a private school. Alexis, I knew him well and could not get that school to stand up for him or anyone against those bullies. Yes. And I guess, it's an different ideas of different eras and cognitives and biases and denials, and just like that old crony at Woodrow Wilson that said her only answer to the guys, Daryl and his uncle. And I can say that because they both got turned into hamburger and pink mist by the corrupt cops that they were supposed to be working for, and they just kept messing up and drawing attention to the criminal enterprise that was law enforcement in the city and the county. And enough is enough. So one day while riding my bike, I thought, this is finally it. It's over. I'm out of here. Permanent vacation. Getting my concrete shoes and going swimming in the ocean. When a bunch of sheriff's deputies showed up and said, get off that bike and get in this car. But then they hooked the bike onto their sheriff's department cars. Had those super bumpers back then, but the super bumpers would double as a bike rack. So they could do pit maneuvers and or J-turns and haul bicycles around. And they didn't handcuff me and threaten me like they had done previously, Pasadena police. So we rode over to a place, and they said, you got to stay on this side of this sort of far away side of the police car in a space opera. This uh, X-Wing TIE fighter, I don't know what we call them. Sorry, Lucas, I'm not going to. When I eventually get this really published, I'll have had professionals make sure not to steal your intellectual property rights. So when the funny looking little sparkler, like 100 years ago, Buck Rogers, cereals in the movie theaters, police cars of the space opera I'm writing, said you got to stay way over here just in case one of them takes a shot. It won't hit you, but you must watch. This affects you. So they called them out onto the porch of their 3-story apartment brick building and using 10 gauge and 12 gauge police shotguns turned them into hamburger and mist. Then they pulled their bike off the front of their police car and told me, get the hell out of here. You know who that was, right? Yeah, I know who that was. We knew you'd want to see it. Those exact two that got turned into mist had sat across the table and said every bit of what I was saying to that stupid old crazy woman, the principal of the school. I said, yeah. And what you gonna do about it, B word? So when everybody got done saying this is the problem, this is what's going on, extreme violence, just beating each other to death, the stuff like that, X's over I's, prostitution, drugs, human trafficking, you know, 7th grade stuff. She says, black people don't do that. That was her total final answer. It's all good. I think I had caught up the chat. Pasadena schools are private schools. Alexis, I know them well. Yeah, I read that one. Yes. Alexis spent a lot of time. Me and Alexis became friends. We had a deal. And there was difficult times because myself and Alexis, not only did I stand up for him to the bullies at school, back to when did I meet Alexis? We had a very strict dress code I mentioned earlier. The shirt had to be perfectly whatever. So whenever we needed to use pieces of cloth or something for emergency first aids, we would all carefully pull out a little tab off the shirt and cut it off below the belt line so that we could still tuck our shirt back in. Back to Alexis. Post. Pasadena Unified School System. School District. Post. True story. You can go look it up. Something. Cops turned them to And I had probably seen it somewhere else where they said the pink mist thing. But I had never seen or heard what was left of the bad guys, my bad guys, after those sheriffs got done meeting out. Sheriff, uh, our bad guys are not being our guys. They're misbehaving and shining a bad light on our government corruption. Hamburger, that's all I could think about. And suddenly, in case anybody wants to know, that's been around me, and when we go to places, there's another reason. I'll talk about it later, maybe. Another time, a human being. But that first time, 10 and 12 gauge shotguns by police, some slugs, some pellets. But, and all I can sit there and think is hamburger, and I am never eating red rare hamburger ever again. Hockey, huck. Burn that thing solid or get it away from me. Oh, well, we knew you'd want to see that. Sure. I'm glad I got to see it, and it wasn't me. Could you talk to your other department that doesn't know that you're the bad guys around here? They think they're the bad guys around here? Back to Alexis. Except now I gotta pee. BRB. Hey, Joker, tell a story. Hey, Elizabeth, type a chat. Do I even have time to put the girl up? Blam. I'll be right back. I have a sudden emergency pee mission. Oh, thank you all for waiting. It was suddenly, but I know, here's one thing I know. They say that when you have too high a blood pressure, you can't tinkle so good. My blood pressure's just fine. They say. I've heard. I don't know, I've heard that. It could be wrong. Mhm. But I'm obviously probably wrong. I'm gonna stop making fun of that. Okay, back to Alexis. I would still eat steak tartare. Well, you're a tough guy. I'm not. Hang on. I missed it. The previous chat. I wonder if Eva had the same reason for cooking her meat into hockey, but she did not eat rare meat either. I have no clue. I guess I'm just tougher in the stomach. I worked in ER for almost 10 years and still eat rare meat. If I was not realistic about how awful meat is these days, no butcher block safe me exactly. I would still eat steak tartare. Tartare. Yep. Hamburguesos. Can't have it. It PTSDs me. It activators me. Not so much about those two. That was like good riddance. Peace out. Glad it wasn't me. Wow. That pink mist legend is true. Oh yeah, they did tell me. Hide behind the cars. They had lined up strategically several police vehicles, uh, floating gravityless, wheelless, electronic safe space opera vehicles. In this fiction I'm talking about. I said, you better put your fingers in your ears too. It's going to get loud or something like that. It got super loud. And all of you wondering in this weird space opera, or not wondering, I just realized I failed to say the other thing because I did ask one of the fictional police officers. Might have been deputies, might have been not. I don't know. Well, I'm making this up as I go. Why'd you use the big boomsticks? Why not rifles or handheld ones? They say because these are mighty powerful and whatever, and they don't have any penetration power or ricochet power. These things stop right there. You know, we're out here to do the business. We don't want to hurt anybody innocent. I was like, is that an anti-hero story? No, it was not like that. I was like, oh shit, this is gonna get real in a hurry. Constantly, almost popping my neck. I was snatching that head around, so worried that one of them coppers was behind me, and this was gonna be there's three hamburgers on the street, and that way the cops could pass it off. It was a G fight between that guy and those other guys. Paranoia will destroy you. Back to Alexis. Yo, Alex. Yes. I never did look up the show. Teen Wolf. From the guy in Teen Wolf. Oh, the joint keeps crackle, snap, crackle, popping. Why can I not remember this guy's name? He was in a movie about finance that I love too. No, not the TV series. Yes, that one. Michael J. Fox. Before it even comes up on the screen, my mind said, "Ha, beat you to it." There was a TV show he was in and known for. Let's look at his known for. Where's his known for? What are you doing? I am the Michael J. Fox. Known for. He has some weird. See how he's holding his hand in front of his face and has the tremors? What is it? What is it? It makes me sad. I don't remember. It doesn't say it in his bio. Way back. TV show. Started his whole career, essentially. No, not the flying skateboard one. Not Back to the Future. TV show.
Family
Oh,
Ties.
yeah, that one. Where is it? 82, high school, night court. Don't ask me, ask G-D. I think I've seen that, but I just don't remember anything about it. Poison Ivy, fantastic. I know a few Ivies in my life, and I must call them each. Every one of them. Each and every one. Family Ties Vacation. Well, where's Family Ties? Did I scroll past it already?
I saw
TV
something said
movie.
families. I swore it was called Family Ties.
Yeah, you're right. I remember. But it was not in the 70s.
No, it wasn't. It was in the 80s. I was still in high school.
How can they have this movie? Maybe they list it in the end year seasons.
They sometimes do.
Family Ties. 82. Okay. IMDb is sorted by the year it ended. I don't know. I just have a weird feeling that that's not how it used to was. Wow, 172 episodes. That ran for a long time. 6 or 7 years. Family Ties. Justine Bateman. She was everybody's. All the teenagerly boys were like, oh, Family Ties, Justine Bateman. The beat, beat, beat of my hot, hot, hot. For a couple of seasons or many. Man, look, everybody was in this. Courtney Cox was in it. I didn't know that. 40's the new 20. When the name of the series she was in.
Jason Bateman. Isn't her brother also an actor?
Yes.
Okay. Well,
Justine
Trace
Mallory. Mallory, yo, Alex.
Okay, if I remember correctly, he actually winds up marrying Tracy Pollan.
Tracy Pollan. Oh, I remember her. She has a very distinct chin and jawline. Very unique, distinct, lovely, beautiful, perfect.
If I remember correctly, Tracy Pollan is his wife.
Not
Or
objectified.
becomes his wife.
Michael J. Fox's?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Phew.
I knew he was
Meredith Baxter. Didn't she used to have a Bernie on that?
I don't know.
Bernie? Meredith Baxter.
I do. His girlfriend on the TV show wound up being his wife.
Is it Scott? Nick. That's him. Scott Valentine. I think. We better look at some pictures. Anyway, and I can't find clips of it anywhere. It doesn't interest anybody but me. Whenever the boyfriend I don't know how many. Where are you at, Scott Valentine? He was 85 to 89. So for 3 seasons or 4, this was the romantic interest to Justine Bateman's Mallory, Nick. Every time he would enter, and Michael J. Fox's Alex character was around, this guy playing the 50s style roll your smoke pack box up in your sleeve, t-shirt and jeans kind of guy, would say, yo, Alex, like he's kind of slow and doltish and not very smart. Are you threatening me? Look at that hair. That is amazing. 1980s hair. Is that Yothers? Is her name Yothers? Her name is Tina Yothers. Wow. Coming up on your screen in a minute, George and Elizabeth. Check out that. That's some Aquanet at work right there. 1980s style.
Oh, hold on. I got this. I got to tell on my cousin. Anyhow.
It's a good tangent. It's lightening my mood. Go ahead. Cousin. 80s.
In the 70s and 80s. My cousin, she would get up at 4 o'clock in the morning, take her shower, and do her hair, One of the things, the reason she got up so early to do her heather, she liked that, that 80s, 70s feather on either side, big hair look, is because that way, if it didn't come out the way she wanted, she could take a shower and start it over again. But also, she had two 75-foot extension cords plugged end to end and then into her hair curler, so she could go anywhere in the house and do whatever she needed to do and still do her hair. So
Well,
as a gag gift, I almost got her. I was going to get my dad to make a plaque that would hold a glass jar. I was going to glue the lid on the jar, but I was going to put a 75-foot cord, extension cord in the jar, big jar, and put a plaque on there: break in case of emergency, hair emergency. Because that wavy on one side, that was one of her my cousin's trademark hairstyles. I just remember she liked that big poofy hair in the 80s.
there he is. There he is in character. Oh, of course. Of course. It's somebody's 2009 cell phone picture of a TV screen.
Did you ever see the movie he did with was it not Janis Joplin? Where he played a brother of a alcoholic, drugged out rock and roller, and he also played the guitar.
I really don't know.
I'm trying to remember because
Talking about Michael J. Fox?
Yeah, and Pat Benatar played his sister.
I don't remember. I know that he was in the famous Crossroads with Steve Vai.
Yeah, that was another good one. And he was also he played guitar in Back to the Future 1. That's him on stage playing the guitar. But that's before the palsy got real bad.
For a while, but took off on the Family Ties. 1982 through 1989. Peña.
Played the ultra right, no nonsense brother.
So it was Nick, this guy, on the screen in a couple seconds. He always talked real slow, like he was not very smart in the whole show. And he would say, Yo, Alex. That's why Yo, Alex is to my friend Alexis. Almost there. Stay on target. Let's go. Rock and roll. Let's go rock and roll. Oh, I'm getting red balls. I'm getting the red ball.